From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is the Friday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
So you got your contract worked out.
I had to put a little boiling water under spittle yesterday. So I was out for the past couple of days, trying to get the baby checked out through some things. Not going to really go into any more personal details than that, but basically it was personal health stuff. Thanks to the staff over there at Scottish Rite, but trying to get her checked out. More of that, unfortunately, on the way, moving forward in the weeks and months to come. But someone tweeted me, I think it was Big E, and he's like, in the middle of a contract holdout, this better get worked out. And I just retweeted it. And I gave myself like a 10-minute retweet period before I readdressed it, laughed at it or mocked it. But I didn't mind putting a little rumbling water. You knew exactly what I was doing, probably.
We were talking about it. We were like, should we respond? We retweet this too?
Yeah, no.
And I was like, I don't know. Let's just hang back
that
here.
That was better not to. Spittle did respond. And he's like, no truth to this.
No truth to
Looking forward to coming back. But I would have much rather been here. My wife, I told Bobby I was pulling a Bobby in the hospital. We were there from 8:45 to 3:30, and I was told by the wife it was just going to be a couple hours, and I'm just mad the whole time that I'm there anyway. So second hour, third hour, she's like, you don't want to come off rude to these people and everything, and I'm just sitting there boiling because they're like, all right, this appointment will be at 1, this test, and then the next test will be an hour after that, and I'm like, I have a 2-month-old in a hospital from 9 to 4 p.m. That sucks, number one. I don't want to be here to begin with because it's not going to be a pleasant, positive day. That's number two. And then just the whole, the whole hospital racket stuff. I like a lot of businesses. I grew up with it with my pops, and they send in all the same people to ask you all the same questions and do all the same tests. And it just feels like a justification, keep you there, keep charging you. And I was just not in a very good mood. My wife has the attitude of, well, there's nothing you can do about it. So, you may as well make the best of it. That's how my mother is. No, Bobby, maybe my dad would just be brooding. I can't cover up. And I was like, I'm not rude to these people. She's like, well, you're not pleasant. I'm like, well, I'm not going to be pleasant. I'm just sitting there.
Nobody's pleasant in a hospital, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's pleasant in a hospital.
Yeah. So then by the fourth hour, she starts giving me the look all right, I understand why you were irritated in hour number 2 because I didn't realize we are going to be here all day long. Yeah. So that is not fun. What did I miss around here?
Let's see. The Rangers offense getting going. 5 runs in back-to-back games.
Nice.
Maverick moratorium.
Oh, man, I'm having Mavs withdrawal. All the Cowboy prep. You sent very good Cowboy prep last night, but I'm like, I don't want to do it.
I know.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to go here. And then freaking Bobby, he takes advantage of me being a ratings whore, and he sends the last highest rated 15, 20 segments of the whole building. And this is during the Mavs playoffs. And it's Cowboys talk at the top. And
really
I'm like, damn it. He pulled up the trump card on me.
It really is. It's a great card.
Great card. Fantastic.
So it's
not a joke.
Maverick withdrawals, not being, they should have had a game 6 last night. They should have had a game, or 2 nights ago, I guess it would have been, right? No, it would have been last night. Yeah, it would have been last night. They should have had a game 6, but they didn't.
Well, should have is implying
I know
that they were close.
They were close. I know.
It was right there that they were pretty much even.
But we did bring back Inside the Star. At 6 o'clock for a day. Brought that back, and
because I've been trying to derail below the belt every day to go to something else,
right?
To do something else, and then he sends me the numbers of the freaking Cowboy talk.
I know. But we missed you.
Yes, thank you. Pepe, how are you?
Good.
How was the payload?
It was, one of the best, Sean. You know how it is on Thursdays. One of the best. Yeah. The one thing you did miss was Bobby got a hold of this audio.
Yeah.
He couldn't stop saying that, man. I don't know if you've seen that video, but
I saw it this morning.
yeah.
And you didn't play the whole context.
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
Because I read the headline and it's like this new phrase going around. Everyone's trying to figure out what it means. And then I watched the video of the context. What city, what college was that at?
So I saw the video.
Jello shots at a college tournament.
No, it was not at Rocco's.
A&M, Tennessee.
That's right. I saw the video the first time, maybe 10 days ago. I don't even know if it was that long. And it's been all over my feed since because I just you watch it a few times, the algorithm gets going, and now it's like gone to another level. Now it's on every other video. But I think this was in Nashville. I think this guy does a lot of his videos in either spring break destinations during spring break season, and I think this one took place in Nashville.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, anybody's been to Nashville. You've been to Nashville, right?
No.
It's
Dying to go. Godson is there for tight end.
Oh, you got to go. You got to go. It's, don't bring the kids. It's not a place for kids, right? It's not a family place.
Yeah.
It's Vegas without casinos. But it's, like you just find, I think this guy just goes around and finds this drunk girl audio and he just waits for gold. And he found it. He found it.
Yeah. Jay Devil, appropriately named on Twitter, sent this to me an hour ago, and that's where I listened to the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, is it the entire interview or just
Ryan's got it on the fan cam right now, obviously without the audio.
It's like 22 seconds long.
Yeah.
You're about to see it right there.
It's so great. It's so great.
Right there. Man, what do her DMs look like?
Oh,
holy cow.
I think, so people have been trying to find out who she actually is, and some people found a girl.
Belichick might be up in them DMs right now.
Up in them DMs, right? Somebody found a girl. I don't think it's her. I don't know. I don't know who that is. No one's been able to find her from what I've been able to see.
All right. Happy Friday to y'all. Good to be back. The Franklin Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. And the news came down that J.J. Redick is the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers with a 4-year deal. So the Lakers miss out on Dan Hurley, and J.J. Redick goes from broadcasting to coaching.
What other team would have hired him this year?
Good question. Detroit?
Detroit might have.
Did Detroit name a replacement yet?
I do not believe so. No.
We know the vacancies in the opening so fast in the National Football League. I don't know what they are in the NBA.
Cleveland, Detroit, Lakers for sure, obviously. Well, not anymore. I think the tea leaves are saying like Arn Tellem is not. Remember Arn Tellem?
The agent?
Yeah, he's running the Pistons now.
Oh.
Well, he's a higher up with the Pistons. And Trajan Langdon is their new president.
I love Trajan Langdon.
They're thinking of Borrego because the tea leaves are like Tellem used to rep Borrego or something like that. But I don't know where Detroit would go other than him. But yeah, I don't know that JJ would have been hired anywhere else. It's a weird hire. Like I'm fascinated by how this works. Because if this does work, I mean, I think this opens up a whole slew of opportunities for people who aren't in coaching.
Is it that weird?
I mean, I guess
after Kerr and Nash and Jeff Saturday was a interim situation, but we've been seeing guys with zero experience go.
Yeah. I don't think it's that weird, right?
It's a big name. I said the Lakers had to hire him. It's
a big name.
Like, you cannot go out and get Frank Vogel 2.0 or someone on that level when you have LeBron James in the final years, Anthony Davis. Who knows what happens with Bronny? And I think when you're in those markets, right, that's why kind of like McCarthy was a surprise hire here because it wasn't like Sean Payton. It wasn't the splash level name. J.J. Redick is. It might be for the wrong coaching reasons.
He's a massive name. Like J.J. is a big time name. Now, you're right. It's not for coaching reasons. It's for his podcast with his now player. Does this have to stop?
Right. Yeah.
Right? Are they going to be buddy on the podcast after JJ makes a decision that LeBron disagrees with?
I would think the podcast has to stop.
I would think so.
Has to stop.
Yeah, like
he shouldn't be having. You wouldn't think too much time for it anyway.
No.
How many coaches have a consistent podcast?
Right. Maybe they continue it through the summer, and then when they get to train, they continue through training camp, and then when they get to the regular season, they put a pause on it. I don't know. It's weird.
All right. Did everyone check out the historic baseball event last night RJ is not happy about a Fort Worth institution getting shut down, and I still have some basketball withdrawal, so I have my final Dallas Maverick questions heading into the offseason. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. We have another giveaway, right? We got Rangers Padres tickets to hook you up with during the 7 o'clock expressway. Thanks for being a Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on, starting right now.
Coming up in the next.
Please. Well, I guess it's too late now. I hope you're on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Was that a right nipple touch to start?
Oh, no.
Who put this song? Did you put this in? Where did this song come from?
This was something RJ had sent me. He was like, the song has been stuck in my head. And I was like, you know what? When Sean gets back, I'm going to play it randomly as a return music and see his reaction. And RJ was going to do this dance that he's been doing at home in front of Sarah. And so we got it now.
Is this what Julian was doing?
Yeah.
What is this song? Who is this? What's the genesis of this?
I don't know her name.
Nasty by Tanasha?
Sure.
Yeah. We'll go by that.
Sounds about right. That was called Nasty. Yeah, I don't know her name. But yeah, this is in my head.
And that's the dance that goes with it?
Yeah, there's a couple of dances that go, but like it's usually the pull your shirt up, do your hips, bite your hand.
Ryan, pan down a little bit on Choppy. Pan down. Peyton, get ready to restart this in 3, 2, 1. Hit it. Oh, you didn't start off with the right touch, I don't think. There it is. Yeah, someone get that in slow-mo on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Wow. I can tell Spittle's been out for the week with the new intro music. Thanks for waking up with us. Off to that type of start. Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and soon-to-be Bobby Belt here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers 105.3 The Fan. And who checked out the event at Rickwood Field last night as this took over for the Field of Dreams game?
It did. I watched most of the pregame, and then I watched, I would say, half the game. The game itself was, to me, not. It was more of a dud. The teams didn't interest me, so I switched over to Messi. Canada and Argentina were playing, but that was a cool setup. You know, like every year they've been doing this, either the Field of Dreams. They're doing someplace different next year. It's going to be another historic site. They won't announce where they're going to go next year, but they do know where they are going to go next year. So I think it's really cool what they've done. And then this brought a lot of the history around it and of course, it all kind of came together, unfortunately, with the passing of Willie Mays, and he had played on this field back in 1948. But also this year, Major League Baseball combined the records of the Negro Leagues into the records of Major League Baseball. And, it added it to their record books, and this kind of made it come full circle with that. And this was a really cool event. You saw a ton of people come out for this. They had the first all-black umpiring crew in Major League history. I had no idea that at no point in the history of the sport, we're talking about 150 years, that they never, for a single game, had 4 black umpires on the field at the same time. That blew me away. But they bring out Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey Jr. That was really, really cool.
And Reggie Jackson went viral for sitting down and talking about what he experienced back in the day in Alabama while playing at Rickwood.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person, you think you won when you played here in Concord. I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they said, can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted.
Wow. I've heard there's stories throughout baseball in that time where they would go and they would go eat at a restaurant on a bus. And some of the players had to sit in the bus and eat. They would bring the food out to them. And then some players would say, hey, look, either he goes in there with us or nobody does. It's crazy to think that was actually real life. Reggie actually...
And how it's not totally gone.
I know, right? Reggie actually, he didn't say... He didn't, self-bleep himself. He said the word on Fox.
Oh, he did?
Twice. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And, he's on the set with A-Rod and Jeter and Ortiz, and I think
Burkhart.
And Burkhart, but I don't think Bonds and Griffey were on the set at the time. And they didn't pan away, because I can only imagine Burkhart's face, whoa. But you let him go. You let him go at that point. And, yeah, he said the word. He said it, twice, and it was powerful. It was a powerful speech that he gave.
We moved from that field to Fort Worth. I saw this on television as a news story, and you are not happy.
No, I'm not happy. LaGrave Field. LaGrave Field is a little bit north of downtown, between downtown and the Stockyards. And they are set to tear it down now. They are going to demolish Fort Worth, the gray field where the Cats used to play. And the amount of former major leaguers that played at this field, it is so historic. From Babe Ruth and Ted Williams and Ty Cobb and all these guys played at the gray field at some point.
Wow.
I think Jackie Robinson played at the gray field. It's tremendous, the history they have there. And for the last decade, 2 decades, they've been trying to find something to do with. The Cats don't really exist anymore. So it's just sitting there. It's getting dilapidated. They've been trying to build up the area around there because it's right on the Trinity, that fork, whatever the Clear Fork or the West Fork of the Trinity. They're trying to get something built up around there. They can't do it for whatever reason. The fund, Sasha Bass is probably worried about her parking lots in Sundance Square, and she can't figure out something to do with the gray field. But this is a disaster. This is a nightmare that they are going to tear this thing down. It's disgraceful. You got to find a way. Any real city, make sure their historic landmarks stay up. That's what they do. They find a way to do something.
And it's not like youth baseball is not popular.
Right. It's a $1 billion a year industry.
Bassick was talking about all the numbers. You guys have tournaments at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m.
Bassick's kids are playing at 9 a.m. today. All right. The high school students, so my kids age 14 years old and up, when they play summer ball, they play at high school fields. That's a high school. It's the same size field as a high school. How can you not refurb it or whatever? You don't even have to redo it. Just cut the grass, throw some seed down. It's got stands. It's already got stands. Let them play high school baseball tournaments there. There's no reason that in Texas, where we have 9 months a year of playable weather and sunshine, 300 days of sunshine, that you can't figure out a way to use a baseball field in Texas. This is disgraceful.
Peyton, did you know about this field while growing up, or had you heard of it?
I had not. I'd played Little League ball, throughout my whole life here. I had never heard of it before.
Yeah, it's a minor league field. Cats played there. They were an independent team. Legendary field. And the fact that they're going to tear this thing down or even considering it, I'm thrown away.
Ryan Garcia has been suspended for 1 year, fined after his positive PED tests following that huge win over Devin Haney. That gets reversed. Devin Haney is still undefeated for you boxing fans. And the crazy, weird saga of Ryan Garcia continues, getting thrown out of hotels, having police called, 911. This guy is an absolute train wreck mess. I thought for a split second he was putting on an act when he sat down in the post after beating Haney, and y'all thought I was crazy. I didn't even reference the videos where he said things were happening behind the scenes there. But Ryan Garcia gone for a year.
Man, he is he's
loose.
He's loose. He is a little bit loose, and I don't know if this is an act. Doesn't sound like. I thought at times it was.
Yeah.
Because he kind of made it seem like when he had that fight, because he placed this huge bet on himself. He made it seem like it was all a bit to lower the odds on him so he could place the bet. He knew he was going to win. And meanwhile, he was training all along, but he made it sound like he was just getting hammered every night. And I don't know. Again, I don't know if this whole thing is an act. He's just trying to create social media stir. But if it is, that was a miscalculation because he's suspended now.
Would it satisfy you and be enough if the Dallas Mavericks did this during the offseason that has officially started? Welcoming you to the 6 a.m. Club with Bobby Roberto Belt. We want you to win the Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway, final one of the week during the Expressway. That's all right around the corner with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Got the entire squad back together again after a couple of days out. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt as our Cowboys insider. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And ESPN putting together a list of every team's perfect offseason. And I would say that you were less than blown away by what the defending Western Conference champions could do.
Yeah, the Mavericks offseason from ESPN, if they were to look at the way they did it, the perfect offseason, less than thrilled is the way I would say it. Because they have that as the Mavericks' perfect offseason would be trading Tim Hardaway or getting rid of his contract.
Love it.
Yep.
One
and
for
then,
one.
And then re-signing Derek Jones Jr.
Okay, what else we got?
That's it.
Oh.
That's it. That's what they have. That's like this is how they could nail their offseason. It was how all 30 teams can nail their offseason, and that's what they listed as it.
So their philosophy for Dallas to nail the offseason is run it back. Like, that's what they think. Run it back.
Yeah. Like the exact write-up is they already did the hard work. They put enough talent around Luka and Kyrie. The task this offseason shed $10 million in payroll, freeing them up to offer Derek Jones Jr. a deal using the non-taxpayer mid-level exception after he emerged as an ace defender while playing on the veteran minimum. Ideally, they break away from Hardaway's $16 million expiring salary into smaller pieces that they can dump while using cash and a limited stockpile of second-round picks. I mean, that doesn't...
Well, they also have to take into account the finances in all of this.
Right.
So the free agents, and this is all from Bobby Marks, Derek Jones Jr. and Markieff Morris. Committed salary as of right now, $175 million. That's what their committed salary is. The tax threshold is $171, and then you get into the aprons. Bobby, are you familiar with the aprons like you are the NFL salary cap?
The only aprons I'm familiar with are the ones I make my wife wear when she cooks me dinner.
I knew that. I saw it. I saw that coming.
First walked right back into the studio, and you picked up right where you left off, Stockton. Thank
First apron is $178. Second apron is $189. Mavs are at $175.
Yeah, and that second apron comes with higher tax threshold, penalties. The good news is they did get out of the tax this past year, right? So they got underneath the tax, and that means that they don't, because each year that you're over it, there's more penalties that go on top of it.
In case you missed it yesterday, you guys booked the great Tim McMahon, Mavs and NBA insider, and the fellas asked him, where do they go this offseason?
Yeah, I just think the superstar thing is going to be tough. They've got their star duo now, and we'll see how long the runway is with Kyrie. He'll tell you the way he's taking care of his body, he feels like he's just starting his prime. His birth certificate would tell you otherwise. But Steph Curry's on the other side of 35, still playing at an elite level. He points to his old pal LeBron James, who at 39 is still an All-NBA player. But Nico Harrison, he told me early in the playoffs, and this is kind of his stock line now, is they put this roster together for 3 playoff runs. This was the first of 3. And, if you look at the contracts, that's kind of the way it's lined up. Having said that, he's also the first to say if there's an opportunity to upgrade, he will. Re-signing Derek Jones is going to be a priority. We'll see if they have to, maneuver to be able to give him the full mid-level or at least a chunk of the full mid-level. They'd have to shed some salary to get to that point. And then if you look at what are the possibilities in the trade market, you start with Tim Hardaway Jr. is now an expiring contract. And if we're being real, they've been trying to trade him since the ink was dry on that deal. At this point, though, it's an expiring contract. There is some potential value there. Starting on draft night, it will have a couple of first-round picks that they can trade. Nico's obviously shown no hesitation to be aggressive in the trade market. But I think, you got to make sure you're making the right aggressive moves because they're already out their 27 through 30 draft capital. But he's not just going to be sitting on his hands this summer. I can promise you that.
So there's McMahon from ESPN.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they deserve credit for...
And by the way, let me say this real quick. Running it back can be justified if you don't run into the Celtics. It's like, why should we change a lot against a possible all-time great team on paper?
Right.
Now, you're going to bring up the West. I was trying to think of other teams in the East. If you face them in the finals, how you would feel in terms of your NBA Finals predictions. Yeah. And if you feel good about anyone else other than the mighty Celtics, then you do run it back unless you don't think that you can get through the West again.
Yeah, the way they're presently constructed in the East, I don't think anybody in the East really scares me. Now, maybe, look, if Indiana finds a way to get another good player, I think Indiana could be tough.
And I don't know what to make of Milwaukee State.
I don't either. Milwaukee, I'm not. Now, if Philly gets Jimmy Butler?
Is that a rumor?
There was a rumor
Paul
about that.
George, Jimmy Butler?
Paul George. Yeah, if they get one of those, I mean, I could see Philadelphia if they get that. Minnesota is going to be better next year. They're on the rise. So is Oklahoma City. They were already the 1 seed. They're going to be on the rise. They just get Alex Caruso, and they're getting rave reviews on that trade for basically getting a 1-for-1 swap for Josh Giddey, who doesn't shoot threes. He's got excellent court vision, and the best thing you say about him is he's the best inbound passer in the league. You know, doesn't play defense, doesn't get to the free throw line. So they upgrade there, and obviously Denver.
Well, Denver is the wild card for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking...
But what are you going to really do too much to retool? You already have the two bigs to try to face Joker unless, you add some more firepower.
Yeah, I mean, over in the East, the only thing that would concern me you running up against would be Philly or Milwaukee, just because it is a stars league. If you run against Giannis, you run against Embiid, you get these guys, that would be a little bit concerning. I would have felt good against anybody else. The West is obviously very difficult, and it's loaded with deep basketball teams. And so I don't think
Memphis.
I don't think there's anything wrong with running it back.
What about them? Whoa.
I don't think there's anything wrong with running it back necessarily, because the Mavericks probably look at it in a lot of ways as like, look, we're running back a team that we only got 3 months with. Like the core includes PJ and Daniel Gafford now. And we didn't even get an entire season with those guys. We could have potentially been a 60-win team if we would have had those guys. Like, they're probably in that sort of thought process. But even during the OKC series and the Minnesota series, and going back to the Clippers series, I think you still felt like, where's the third scorer? That still came up even in those series that you won. It wasn't just Boston.
Well, PJ was the third scorer in the Thunder series.
But didn't we all felt like this is unsustainable? Like, holy cow, what's he doing? And so to me, it's like you do still need some sort of...
Yeah.
I think Boston showed you need guys who can consistently threaten from three, even just as rotational players. You need somebody who can come in and be a sharpshooter.
As RJ mentioned, the Bulls trading two-time all-defensive team. I didn't realize he was two-time all-defensive team.
Got you down.
Alex Caruso to the Thunder for Josh Giddey.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was all-defensive either. But I went and looked at some of the grades of this trade, and they gave the Bulls a D- for a lot of the reasons I had mentioned. Like, he doesn't play great defense. His court vision is special. They said special, but he doesn't play defense, doesn't shoot threes. And he got benched in the last two games of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, he was a 16-point-a-game guy at one point in his career, and he's benched at the end of the playoffs.
Top 10 pick.
It was. I mean, he's a good player. At least the projection is good. And you're trading 30 for 21 if you're the Bulls.
You talking about Giddey's dating preference?
Absolutely.
My favorite grade yesterday, my favorite tweet yesterday was, they said, grading the trade, and they went, Thunder, A+, Bulls, A-.
A-. Well done.
Just like the old Kendrick Lamar.
I thought you had blown by my joke, but that was a good top.
Good one.
It was just it reminded me of it. But no, Caruso is a
minor.
Caruso is a really excellent defender. He's a better shooter than Giddey. Like, it adds another 3-and-D type of player to what Oklahoma City's trying to do. That they got better yesterday. Giddey's a worthwhile gamble, though, if you're Chicago, to me. Because Giddey is still...
Alex Caruso is kind of a win-now player.
Yeah. And I mean, Giddey is, he's 21, 22. He's young. But, I mean, he's somebody who has the potential to be an all-star player. It's just it hasn't clicked in place yet. It's a gamble for Chicago.
And they're saying he's locked with Shea there, like, to be able to get minutes and touch the basketball. And from Caruso, I don't know, can you make the case that this is, like, their attempt at a Drew Holiday type, where he could defend?
Sure.
He's a tough guy. He's old. He's a vet. He's got a title. He won it with the Lakers in the bubble. So maybe it's like a Drew Holiday type move.
Drew, yeah.
Shams reports that the Sixers' interest in Paul George has significantly waned in recent days, as they're expected to be aggressive elsewhere with their salary cap flexibility and draft capital. And who did you say Paul George reminded you of, or vice versa?
Oh, Jason Tatum reminds me of Paul George with Russell Wilson's personality.
See if this sounds Jason Tatum-esque. This is Paul George in his pod. At this point, I'm not even necessarily thinking about a championship. It's not that for me. It's playing the right style of basketball. That's what I'm chasing. What is the right style, Paul? He just ended his podcast with that. Did not elaborate. Not about chasing the ring. It's about finding that right style of play. So that's Paul George. Sixers apparently not as interested, according to Shams.
We need to make an all-NBA cringy team. Like a team full of just the cringiest quotes in the NBA, because there's a bunch of them.
Because they all got a podcast.
Oh my gosh. They are all. And did you see the Paul George buddy quote on his podcast? One of the guys that he co-hosts with.
Oh,
Paul George is defending Luka, talking about it. He goes, his friend goes, would you take Drew Holiday or Luka if you're building a team? And Paul George's like, Luka, I want the better player.
I think the guy said Luka was not a top 10 player.
Yeah, and the guy went, I'd take Drew Holiday. Said that he would take 34-year-old Drew Holiday over Luka.
What's that guy's name?
I don't
Actually,
even,
you know what?
I don't even know.
Don't even bother.
He
Don't
looks
even
like
give it
a
the
nearsighted Rob Kardashian, is what he looks like.
Nearsighted?
Yeah, I don't know. He had glasses on. I
Oh,
just
damn.
assumed.
I
Could
never
that not be farsighted too?
Could be. I mean, I could have said farsighted or
Or
nearsighted.
just not sighted at all?
Jason Tatum adds to the list as he tweeted, everyone at the golf course called me champ today. I effing loved it. Can't wait for the parade.
You're
tomorrow.
not a boxer, dude. Nobody calls you champ.
Dude, the video compilations of him.
Oh, I know.
And we called this early. I called it as soon as I saw the KG impersonation that night. Made me sick. And I've been trying to defend. I was trying to defend Tatum's likability. Bobby is looking correct. He's looking more and more correct about this. But the compilations of him trying to be someone else, as we have KG, Kanye, and
Steph Curry.
And Steph Curry.
Yeah,
What was the Steph Curry one?
What are they going to say now? What are they going to say now? And I mean, he said it in the exact same tone and pace. Now, look, if I was gonna better call chop it, like if I was gonna choppy try and weasel away around to defend Jason Tatum, I would say, look, it's so obvious the references. He's trolling all of you. Like, it's the same pace, it's the same inflection as all these other quotes.
This is
He's
Duke
trying
energy.
to screw-
Duke
yeah,
energy.
no,
Big
I have
Duke
to
energy.
remind myself he went to Duke,
It's
and I'm
BDE.
blaming that.
Big Duke energy.
Yes.
It is that awkwardness with him, with Jason Tatum. Somebody, I saw a tweet yesterday, they're like, Jason Tatum is an NBA player pretending to be an NBA player. It's wild. Like, he can't just accept that he's here.
Yeah.
He has to be somebody else.
It's just amazing how everyone can always sniff out authentic. We, as a society, we're great at sniffing out authentic versus BS, and authentic leads you to like Joe Mazzulla a little bit more.
I would say I'm starting to love him or hate him. One of the two. I can't decide yet. He was on the Zach Lowe podcast, and Zach asked him a very interesting question.
And he was walking the streets of the North End too with the trophy.
So that's the cool thing. Every once in a while you'll see somebody like Bryson just walking around Nashville with the U.S. Open trophy. Right,
looking for Hawk Tua.
Looking for Hawk Tua. He wants to talk Tua, as the fan text told us yesterday. But Mazzulla was on the Zach Lowe podcast. Zach asked him about robbing banks.
What is your bank robbery crew role? Like, what can you, if we decide to form a bank robbery ring, what is your role going to be?
I want to plan the whole thing, like attention to detail, like assign people to, like, find the people that you know's personalities and characteristics work for each positioning that you need. Like, I think it's all about the preparation. Like, I think once you're in that moment, you have to rely on the preparation similar to a game. So I would like to be the guy that plans it and hires the people and sets it in motion, or the guy that has to have steady hands, control his breathing to execute the safe.
Okay, so this guy, he's
a serial killer.
He's half Italian.
Probably best friends with Peyton.
Right, he's half Italian, so he's channeling our people here.
Which we'll talk about later.
What he's doing is he's channeling our people. He's half Italian, right? This is what we do. We break into safes. Okay, this is.
Where did this question come from? Was this a plant?
I have no idea, but this is the great thing. Like, no other NBA coach goes near that question, right? No man.
He doesn't go near any questions. If you ask him that question in his press conference, you know what his answer is?
Would Jesus rob a bank?
I don't need to rob banks. My treasure's in heaven. Like he would say something like that. That would be Joe Mazzulla.
You think if we have McCarthy on Friday, that we ask, hey, Coach, if you rob a bank, what's your plan? Or
guys, what are we doing here, guys?
K&C, did they ask Bochy that question? What kind of answer he would give? This guy's clearly thought about robbing banks before.
Yeah.
So I either love this or I hate this guy even more now. I don't know which one.
Pulse to check the rate?
Yeah.
My gosh. Losing to a serial killer and a Russell Wilson D-bag. That is a little bit of your Mavs recap and forecast heading into the offseason. Tom Brady having an issue with the way the Cowboys build their best unit, and a New York Giant rookie already picking fights with Trayvon Diggs. Inside the Star, the home of the Cowboys next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
New York Giants rookie Malik Neighbors barking at a big dog. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club inside the star in the home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Bell. Bleacher Report asked Neighbors, who can you not wait to match up against starting in the league? And he said Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon caught wind of this and responded on Twitter, just like he did to me. Giants been getting belt for some years now. So that's a little shot back at the Giants, and then some X-rated back and forth between the two. Malik Neighbors, coming out of college, confidence, cockiness, what's the book?
Cocky. That cocky, confident line is obviously one that, teams try to measure. A guy with, he's got some edge to him. Enough so that teams had wondered, how mature is this guy? There were a couple teams that were they flagged him for maturity, character stuff, where they wanted to see exactly what type of a person or player he was. But he is absolutely a dog, and he was. There were a lot of people who I think a lot of teams had him as the number one receiver, even above Marvin Harrison Jr.
There's no way they ran into each other in college, right? Diggs is way too
Neighbors
old.
and Diggs, no.
No way.
But I think that Malik Neighbors absolutely is this guy that he wants to be. He's an LSU receiver. That's what he is. He is Odell Beckham, Jarvis Landry, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, confident.
God.
And
what a
assertive.
roster of receivers they've laid out there in 10 years.
They're wide receiver U.
Gosh.
That's their claim, that they're wide receiver U. But no,
and
this
then
is.
Diggs tweeted what's the ninja emoji mean?
It means a couple different things potentially, but the safest explanation of what it would mean would just mean, I guess he's saying he's moving in silence.
And then Malik wrote back, P-word wants to insta beef. He tweeting, and I see all of that. And then Diggs with the ninja, and Giants been getting some belt. Here we go.
Diggs is,
and that's a way to have your new fan base love you too. If your neighbor,
sure,
pick the Cowboys and pick their best corner.
Sure, but it's Cowboys, Giants, it's LSU, Alabama. It's both of those things for him probably. But Diggs is one of these guys that he has rabbit ears. He hears criticism.
Yes.
The thing the Cowboys love about him and loved about him coming out was there's most of the time when you have rabbit ears and you hear criticism, you could be Tristan Hill or Taco Charlton. The Cowboys feel like he's one of these guys who he hears it and he uses it to self-motivate, like a Luka factor almost, where Luka wants it and wants to get motivated and wants to get angry. They feel like Diggs is that way.
Speaking of rookies, give us an NFC East rookie report as we get set to pack up for training camp in Oxnard.
Yep, we're just about we're just about a month away from that now. But the NFL over at ESPN, they had each one of their beat writers kind of recap after OTAs and minicamp where things stand with each one of the rookie classes. And so we'll just jump through the NFC East real quick. Jaden Daniels is getting rave reviews in Washington. Dan Quinn loves him. They've been praising him for, the anticipation he's showing on his throws. He looks so great. 5:45 in the morning. He's one of these first in, last out guys. He's in here before sunup watching film sessions. Dan Quinn said he really has a firm handle on the things that we're doing. He also has the humility of a young player, knowing that he has a lot to prove. He's got a lot of swagger to him. So, positive report coming out of Washington. Okay, let's go over to the New York Giants. Malik Neighbors there. Malik Neighbors has been one of the viral rookies on social media where when you're seeing practice footage of him doing ridiculous things, his clips have been getting retweeted everywhere. But he's been a big-time fit already with the Giants and the chemistry that he's trying to build with Daniel Jones. But a lot of positive reports out of there from the Giants. The one that's a little questionable from the NFC East rivals is the Eagles' first-round pick, Quinion Mitchell, who was the cornerback out of Toledo. And he apparently has just
That
been...
was who Micah loved after the Eagles took him.
Yes. And so Quinion Mitchell is a guy who has been... He was Toledo guy, so a MAC player, and people were wondering, okay, can he make the jump? He's apparently looked fine out there, getting some good reps in, but he has been relegated to second team. Like, they're only bringing him in with the first team when they're in dime packages. Not totally unusual. Depending on the coaching staff, that may be an indictment versus, hey, you got to show us your weight. Knowing the way Sirianni operates and Philly in general kind of operates, I would guess they're more, hey, young buck, you got to earn your stripes. Show us we can trust it. Like, it's that kind of a thing. But A.J. Brown is a big fan of him because apparently when he got matched up on him in one route, he had knocked a ball away, and he told A.J. Brown walking back, he went, that route was trash. And Quinion Mitchell, pretty quiet player typically, but A.J. Brown was like, I liked it. Showed me he's got some edge to him. I love it. So, but Quinion Mitchell, not a guy who's really running with the first team in Philadelphia yet. And then, of course, Archer recapping Tyler Guyton here in Dallas says you can't really tell anything about an offensive lineman until he gets to training camp, other than just work ethic and stuff like that.
And even then, it's only on padded days.
Yeah,
like
realistically. Or just drills when you get the one-on-one drills.
And speaking of Guyton and Cowboys lineman, Tom Brady on how to build.
Yeah, so Tom was on with Colin Cowherd. He was talking about, like, in general, like, he was talking about his offensive line that had morphed into quarterbacks, but he indirectly, I felt, I didn't say he took a shot at how the Cowboys build their offensive line, but let's just say he doesn't think it's necessary the way the Cowboys build their offensive line.
All of them may not have been Pro Bowlers, but as a unit, they played as well as any team in the league. Right. And that was a tough challenge for every D-line you would play. You'd go, okay, I know they're going to block us well. I know the ball is going to come out quick. I know they're going to have good plans when we play man coverage. They're going to have man beaters. I know when we get in the red area, they're going to challenge us. They're going to have some different schemes in there in the run game that we're going to prepare for. We put a lot of pressure on the defense all the time to do things the right way, as opposed to the offensive linemen having to draft first round pick to put together a great O-line. So much of great O-line play is a great O-line coach. And I think we could talk about there's not a lot of great O-line coaches anymore in the NFL.
Jimmy Johnson has said for years, there's about 6 good ones on the planet at any one time.
Absolutely. And there's probably about 6 to 8 good quarterbacks on the planet. And there's probably about six to 8 good head coaches. And there's about 6 to 8 good defensive coordinators.
So to him, it's like, you don't necessarily need to draft first-round offensive linemen. He's saying, and he was talking about Dante Scarnecchia, who he thought was the best O-line coach in the game ever. He's like, we didn't have first-round pick. We had a good plan, and I can understand that. You teach the right technique, you have a good plan. And then, he said that he takes then the story is that he takes shots at the quarterback play. There's only about 6 of them that are any good, he said. And he takes shots at the head coaches. But what stood out to me was like, that the Cowboys do draft O-line in the first round. The moment they lose an offensive lineman, they go right to the first round well.
Yeah, I would say that Tom Brady probably could stand to use his AI chat GPT prep on his own roster that occurred when he was with the New England Patriots.
Was Matt Light and Logan Mankins.
Matt Light, Logan Mankins, Damian Woody, like those are all top 50 type of players who were Pro Bowl players.
Were they drafted top 50?
Matt Light was. Logan Mankins was a first-round pick. Damian Woody, I'm trying to remember if Damian Woody was drafted by the Patriots in the first round, 17th overall.
So Light was a second. That Light was picked 48th, so top 50.
Absolutely. So, no, they drafted Adrian Clem with their first pick in 2000, which, he didn't end up being good, but they tried to use resources all the time at the top of the draft. Now, did they hit with other guys like Dan Coppin, who was undrafted free agent? The other thing was they went out and acquired people, too. They went out and signed Brian Waters, who was like a 10-time Pro Bowler, and stepped in and made the Pro Bowl in New England. So it's a little bit of revisionist history. It feels a little bit like Tom, again, early on. We talked about inauthentic. I'm getting some A-Rod vibes off of Brady in the last year.
Man, it was funny. People on Twitter were like, man, if you don't think he's going to be the best analyst of all time, you're crazy. If you wanted to look at an example, you can look at the Cowboys in the 90s. That was a mash, like a unit that was thrown together. Like you did not have on that team a bunch of first-round picks. You had guys like that. Nate was, just not a cast-off, but he was a late-round pick that, and you had other guys in that roster that weren't necessarily top 10 picks.
No, Tuanay was undrafted. Nate came from the USFL. Eric Williams was a third-round pick. Stepnoski was a second or third, I think. So I mean, they let's be honest, they lucked out with their offense.
Yeah.
That wasn't totally just unit.
Right.
Those
They were Hall of Fame players.
Eric Williams, if he doesn't get in the car accident, everybody said Eric Williams would have been better than Larry Allen.
Yeah.
Larry Allen, rest in peace, was the greatest guard in the history of the NFL to some people. They absolutely hit with some big time players.
Who was the Cowboys line coach in the 90s?
Hudson, right?
Yeah, Hudson Houck.
Hudson Houck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So have you guys gotten an initial analysis from Tom that he's fantastic? He stepped in, I think, to the UFL booth. He went on Cowherd for 40, 45 minutes. I kind of liken it to like LeBron with Redick, where I'm like, oh my God, I need to hear a genius and master of the game talk about things. Am I going to be blown away here by what he's saying? Have you gotten any of that from Tom?
So I listened to a little bit of this.
Because it's still weird for me to be like, Tom Brady's a broadcaster.
Right.
Like, my eyes and ears can't get used to it.
Yeah, he'll
because you usually don't have the greatest of all time go right to the booth.
Yeah.
Be like, if Michael Jordan instantly became a broadcaster, my wires would be crossed.
Right. So he like just nerdily broadcasting, like, he doesn't when he speaks, he does speak a little fast, so sometimes he'll step over his own words, which he'll overcome that. Like Boomer is like so seasoned. Boomer doesn't do that anymore, except in the sports minutes. But I think he's pretty good so far. Like, he was talking in this interview about having to get talking about the need to get your ball to your number one receiver. That you don't want your number one receiver to go a quarter without touching the ball, right? You don't want, you're going to lose them for the game. We've seen that with CD, right? You see that with CD. Didn't get the ball, you start to lose them. He talked about the preparation that Belichick had, that he would have 150 play calls, and he knew where the problems were going to be on every single play call. I'm sure every team does this. I'm sure every team does that. The Patriots get more credit for doing it because they did it over 20 years.
He's just, the thing with Brady for me early on is, and the thing I'm concerned with, he's too image conscious to me. Like him regretting doing the roast, and just in general the way he approaches things, he's so technical and so tight. That's what I'd be concerned with. I think he'd be great if he just relaxed and did the job. I don't think he's going to relax, and so I don't think he's going to be very good.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, the way to call and win the Rangers Padres tickets during the 720 Expressway. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club. The Lakers have their new head coach. Is someone trying to steal a Dallas Maverick and some Friday laughs to get you started for the weekend? Next on 105.3 The Fan. But I got the usual Friday.
like it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
JJ Redick is the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt back together again. We have our final Rangers ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway on your home of the World Series champs. Big victory for Shams. Big victory for Shams over Woj.
Oh, yeah. That's what everyone's saying.
In reporting wars. So here are the numbers, by the way. Redick apparently is getting around 80 years. So 4 for 32. Dan Hurley got offered 6 for 70 from the Lakers. And you said right now, UConn, he's making 6
for 50. They just gave him a new deal for 50.
Okay.
So he's getting
so he's taking
8-ish a year.
20 less at UConn than the Lakers, and JJ got less than Hurley was offered.
Right. Yes, quite a bit less. Because Hurley was offered, 11-ish a year. 6 for 70 is 11 something.
Really bad negotiating by Mr. Dookie.
Really bad negotiating. Because
it starts at Hurley's number.
He was our first choice, apparently what I hear.
What was JJ making at ESPN? Is that out there anywhere? Because I'd be curious how close he was to 8. I wouldn't think he was up that high, but I wonder how close he would have been to it.
Not close.
Yeah, I wouldn't think.
Stephen A is at 6 or 7 a year. He's criminally underpaid, in my opinion. Someone tweeted me that they're $7 million apart in negotiations, internet. But JJ Redick should have said, because he had them by, it's a balance, right? Dream job, is anyone else going to hire you? Dream job in name.
Yeah.
Versus who else you guys going to get after me? You going to go 0 for 2? We start with the Dan Hurley number for me.
And now, look, maybe the Lakers you never coached before. You're not getting the Dan Hurley number because we're not going to make you the 6th highest paid coach in the league. And that's probably where their stance was. Listen, the number that he got compared to Hurley, it's much, much lower. And I don't know. Does this vindicate Shams at all? I don't see how it does.
It could if everybody's right that the Hurley thing was always just a game, like the theory had been out there. Like Woj gets the scoop, Hurley gets the new contract. Lakers look like we tried, guys. Like that kind of. If that's
but that would have to mean that the Lakers offer was fake. Like the Lakers offered him the deal. That makes Shams not first or correct.
I mean, as a report though. Like if it's just hey, this is what we're all going to agree went down without any sort of actual contract offer extended to him. I'm saying for the conspiracy theory out there that says this was everybody trying to win in the end, Woj, Lakers, Hurley, then it's something where they can just report it as an offer and without it ever having actually been anything. But I think it was initially Redick probably was the target and they shifted to Hurley. I don't know that Hurley was always the target.
Right.
But Woj loves to sun Shams consistently.
Yes.
And it's very backhanded. And
they're Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark.
They are.
Yeah.
They really are.
And it's very, which one's Caitlin?
Although I was just thinking that. It's a bad example because I don't know who just like the irritant is. I think Woj might be Reese. I think Shams is looked at as a little bit more innocent between the two, and Woj is like the big know-it-all bully.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Yep, I think you're right. But yeah, it
was a great analogy. I should have never second-guessed myself.
I think, I think you can absolutely make the case that maybe Redick was like their initial target and they shifted.
Yeah. And so, I think it can all kind of be correct.
Anyway, that aside, your thoughts on this being official?
It's a risk for the Lakers, like in a number of ways, because obviously it's is he too buddy with LeBron? That's going to be the biggest talking point probably. I think it's always whenever anybody comes from a media job into a head coaching job in any sport, I always think that the dynamic exists of, did you say too much? Like as an analyst, did you at any point say too much to where you've pissed off somebody, you walk into the building and somebody's already angry at you for something you said as an analyst?
Like what he said about Doc Rivers.
Yeah, or like Luka, for instance. He's been critical. Now he played with Luka and everything else, but he was critical of Luka at times on his podcast or on the broadcast.
But he's had Luka on the pod too.
Sure, but next year when the Lakers are playing the Mavericks, does somebody just say, hey, Luka, you remember what JJ said about you? Look, did you ever see this clip about what JJ said about you during the finals last year?
Right.
Go talk to him now, because he'll be much more clean and polished out. And then the other thing is just the lack of coaching experience. Like, is that a problem walking into that? Because there's not necessarily a great history of guys hired without any coaching experience.
He's got to come in. Sorry, Chop. He's got to come in the first few days, and he's got to check and sun LeBron in front of the team. That like has to be done. He has to tell LeBron, I'm doing it, and it's like you coaching your kid, right, in front of everybody else. I think that has to be done.
It has to, because he is going to be looked at as it's going to be looked at as daddy ball.
And LeBron's puppet.
Right. It's going to be looked at as daddy ball, like he's the preferential treatment. You've got to like really kind of check that. The interesting thing is going to be, because you can hear him talk in the podcast and such, and even in the game. But the podcast more specifically because it's longer form, and you hear the basketball IQ. Well, that's really easy to do the next day, right? Or after. How fast do you make in-game decisions? How fast do you come up with an inbound idea? It's a lot different coaching in the NBA than it is your 10-year-old's youth basketball AAU team, right? Where you just get the ball to the biggest guy. It's not like that. Everybody in the NBA can, for the most part, shoot, dribble, defend. They can all do it.
I think he's going to be really good. Now, my Dion take like that is not looking really good right now. I feel like that is going south with mandatory concert attendance to go see my son play. You want to talk about daddy rules, but JJ has been very adamant and passionate about taking up for players while he's been on ESPN, taking up for them. I think he's going to relate to them. And he's young enough, just played, that he can tap into today's NBA. So I'm going to predict success. As always, it's going to come down to Anthony Davis. So I won't predict success in the big picture.
I think he has success. I think he's could very easily be Jason Kidd. I think he has success in this league. I don't know that it begins in LA. It may be at his next job.
Speaking of the Mavs staff, the Pistons have permission to interview Sean Sweeney, the Mavs defensive coordinator, basically also an assistant from Minnesota. They're also planning to interview former Cavs coach JB Bickerstaff. So Sean Sweeney on Detroit's radar.
Sydney's dad, old Sean Sweeney. No, he gets a ton of credit. McMahon brought him up yesterday as just like that would be a massive loss for the Mavericks and what they do. You don't want to lose Sean Sweeney. And so that would be a big loss for Detroit. I'm still floored at how they even approached the Monty Williams thing in Detroit, to where they just
horrible organizations.
Why?
Horrible.
What did they think he was going to do? Did they expect him to win 40 games last year with the worst team in the NBA?
Yep.
I mean, I don't understand.
What did he win?
The record?
Yeah.
They won like 16 games.
Cool.
But I mean, you remember they lost like 30 in a row at one point. They won the first.
I thought,
They won like
Why
the first
did you
2 games.
give him that number in the first place?
Crazy. It's crazy. It's a crazy contract.
Horrible
5th highest head coach.
Yeah, and he had apparently initially told Detroit, I don't want to coach this year. My wife has breast cancer. I want to be home. I want to do things like this. and they money whipped him and just said, "Here you go, we'll throw you all this money." And Mitch is like, "All right, okay, I'll do it." And they just take him up for a year and they go, "All right, back out."
What were the stats financially that Tolo Chris sent us?
That was $50 million that he has left over on the deal.
Oh, he's 65.
$65 million.
Yeah.
And is he getting paid from Phoenix as well?
$20 million from Phoenix as well.
There's not offset language like with the NFL players.
Yeah, they owe him $65 million. The Suns fired him. They owed him $20 million. So yeah, it would have been, they probably would have paid out the Suns one by now.
All right, let's talk about the hit woman.
Man, I love this. I love a good hit woman story.
Not Haktua.
Not Haktua. No. This is a story of a Milwaukee Brewers administrator. She works in the administrative building of the Milwaukee Brewers. Her name is Amy Betro, Betro. She's 44 years old. Very unassuming, right? She flies over from her native Milwaukee to Birmingham, as they say, across the pond. And she was hired by Muhammad Aslam and his son Muhammad Nazir to kill a boutique clothing store owner, Sikander Ali, at the order of those rivals. She goes to the UK. Her gun jams. Okay? And she returns in a taxi, fires 3 shots at the property. She texts the person that she's supposed to kill and says, "Stop playing hide and seek. Where are you hiding? I'm coming for you." Okay? What a moron. It doesn't work. She flees the country. She goes back to Wisconsin, and now she's still on the run. This is years later. They still can't find her.
Years later?
This is like, this happened years ago.
Wait, why is this just coming out now?
Because like they've had law.
She's evaded the police.
She's evaded the police. But she's leading a double life. They have photos of her now. They have all the stuff. So it's crazy.
I would look at a Cracker Barrel if I was the police.
I would look at a Cracker Barrel.
Some of these photos here.
Yeah, but they got the guys. They finally got the guys that caused that hired her. So here they are trying to find this poor girl.
Is this her?
Poor girl.
Like, is this her background, or did they just find anybody?
I don't know.
Would you like to go kill this person?
It sounds like this was her first attempt.
Yeah, from the gun jamming to like texting them, like, "Will you please come outside so I can shoot you?" Like that whole thing. But also, I mean, this is just another example of the Milwaukee Brewers got to pay people, because then you get desperation. You get Craig Counsell feeling like I got to go somewhere else. You get, your assistants going overseas to kill Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or whoever it was, and that's what you get.
And then Pringle poop revenge.
Pringle poop. This is an Ohio attorney. Was suspended by the Bar Association.
A lot of problems in the Midwest.
What he would do is he would poop in a Pringles can, and it can't be a real story.
Was human fecal matter.
He would leave them in the parking lots of his opposition's offices. So he's got a big court case against the law firm down the street.
Yeah.
He would poop in a Pringles can and leave it in their parking lot. Just put it like by the front door.
Yeah.
So you would go by there, you would pick it up. There's empty Pringles in here. And then you'd open up there.
Would you pick up a random Pringle can on the ground? I wouldn't.
Is it sour cream and onion?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Could be salt and vinegar.
Yeah,
When's the last time you bought Pringles? I mean, they're fantastic every time you have one, but I never go and
kids
get
eat
them.
Pringles, so we have Pringles in the house pretty regularly. I wouldn't say they're always in there, but I mean they love Pringles, so we get them all the time whenever they let them pick chips.
Man.
My other issue is, like, not to gross you out too much, which I know you already are listening, but you're not probably getting a clean drop into the can. So, like, what do you have? Like, just a bunch of latex gloves to go ahead and
clean it up?
Yeah,
you'd have to
refit it and form it.
It's like when they scoop up an ice cream and they hand it to you and they got to wipe it off the sides first before they hand it over.
Oh, God, Bobby.
You got RJ's aunt in there saying, no.
Take it to the top.
Give me the berries.
Take it to the top.
Take it to the top. So there it is. Some weird, nasty crime revenge taking place in the Midwest. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We want to hook you up with our final Rangers Padres ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. Did you catch the historic event last night in Major League Baseball? And are the Rangers going to catch anyone in the power rankings? Plus some Dallas Mavericks true or false heading into the offseason. All of that on the way here on Sean and RJ. But
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. We have our final giveaway of the week for you, turning it on, leaving it on 720, commercial-free expressway Rangers Padres tickets to hook you up with. The Rangers been providing you with some entertainment as of late, with Max Scherzer also scheduled to go tomorrow, Bob.
It's not always good, but it's entertaining at the very least.
Is it? Because that was my biggest problem with them early on in the season, not being entertaining whatsoever.
I mean, when you go up 6-2 against the Mets, that's exciting right there. And then you have is the bullpen going to hold on to it? No, they're not. They're going to give up 5 unanswered runs over the course of 4 innings. There's some excitement, natural drama involved with that. But yes, Max Scherzer will be returning on Saturday night. He'll be on the hill. And, we got Sandler telling us yesterday, early to mid-August for Jacob deGrom. Malley on the way back, Josh Young. So we're trying to be positive here.
Kansas City Royals. That's the bad news. The Royals are 42-34. They got a plus 56 run differential. The good news is 3-7 in their last 10. Rangers third in the West, a half a game behind the Astros, and 8.5 behind Seattle.
Yeah, Kansas City is the one of the feel-good stories of the year in the sport. They put together a really fantastic season. They gave Bobby Wood Jr., a big-time contract. It was an 11-year extension. They basically bought up all of his arbitration years, and they're like, this guy is a star in the making, and he truly is. Like, he's going to be, I assume he finishes top 5 in the MVP voting, maybe top 3. Him, Judge, Gunnar, maybe throw Soto in there. Maybe Adley gets thrown in there. Who knows?
He's
Kyle Tucker.
Number 1 in batting average. What do you think the top batting average in baseball is these days?
The player or the number?
The player.
Well,
no, the player's number.
Oh. 320.
Good guess.
I was going to say 318.
322. 12 home runs, 53 runs batted in. He is 8th in OPS.
Yeah, and he steals bases too, right? And that's a lost art in the sport, although it's coming back with the expanded bags. He's a fun player to watch, and he's local. He's from Colleyville, went to Colleyville Heritage. His dad, obviously played in the major leagues. Their high school team had Rusty Greer's kid on it, Mason. They were a loaded up high school team.
6:30 pregame tonight, 7 o'clock first pitch here on 105.3 The Fan. And Rangers, are they getting pummeled in the power rankings?
A little bit, yeah. They're it'll do that when you lose 5 in a row going into the other night. But they were 12th in the power rankings the last time I checked at this one. They had moved up from 15, but the issue that the Rangers are finding their way into is obviously the injuries, because they were in week 11 they were at 15 and 12, and now they come in at number 18, and the reasoning there at 34 and 40 is obviously the injuries, but they do give them a break. The Bradford Doolittle write-up is there's no denying they haven't played well, but the injuries have kneecapped their title defense, and some of this we knew going into the season. We knew Scherzer and deGrom and Malley were going to be out. But a team with a season-opening IL like that needs some good injury luck elsewhere on the roster, and they haven't gotten it. According to the injury tracking metrics at Spotrac, they lead the majors in injury days lost. Okay, so they're ahead of the Dodgers. But the cash estimate on those, they have outspent every team on the injured player list by nearly $20 million. That's the next closest.
Wow.
So of all the games they've lost and all the players they've lost, the next closest team has lost $20 million less of games to injury than the Rangers have.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. They've gotten ravaged there. But the thing is, again, most of that's been tied up in pitching, and the pitching hasn't been your problem for the most part. Your offense has just been bad. Like, guys are not playing as well.
Seager missed a week. Not even, right?
And Seager took a while to get going. Then he hit that hot streak.
Week?
Yeah, he was out about hasn't he had 2 different stints that he missed?
I was up with the most recent one.
Oh, the most recent one, yeah, where he had been out for like 4 days or whatever it was. But Seager took a while to get going. He hit that hot streak. Adolis is not really gotten going. Evan Carter, obviously. Evan Carter had his issues before he got hurt. Wyatt Langford is coming on now, but he had taken a while to get going. You've missed Josh Young. So it's been offensive failures for the most part, and that's not even where that money's been tied up.
It feels like Seager's missed more than 10 games. He's played in 64. They've played 74.
I forgot to tell you, we had an exciting development when we talked to Brett Boone on Wednesday. He called him Josh Young.
Yeah.
Randomly, without any prompt. He didn't call him Jung for the first time in his entire life with us.
Yeah.
Just randomly dropped it. I was very proud of him.
Last night, they had their showcase event for Major League Baseball at Rickwood Field, and Barry Bonds has gone viral after sitting down with the Fox crew and Derek Jeter asking him about facing an all-time great.
Tell me right now, on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind, Jeter. Gone. Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, whatever else you want to talk about. You got to believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who going to believe in me? That's right.
I'm a drag button. Derek, you said I'm drag button.
I'm going to take all those people off the field. We're going to race it first. Gone. Me and you, brother.
And he's getting a little dragged for this. Like, I didn't think it was possible for me to dislike Barry Bonds more than I already did, but he takes it to another level. Hey, what do you want him to say?
Come on, man. This is ridiculous.
It's an honest answer.
Yeah,
It's better than Michael Jordan being fake when he's asked about Jerry West or would you have beaten the Bill Russell Celtics, and he's just trying to, like, here's Michael Jordan, one of the biggest a-holes of all time. He knows he's the best ever, believes that, and he's like, you know, I just think it'd be with the nice, respectful answer. Do we like that more? The fake, generic answer of it just would have been an honor and a privilege to play against them. Not I would have killed him. And guess what? Barry Bonds would have taken Satchel Paige deep, and anyone else that he faced.
Anyone. It doesn't matter what era it's from.
Especially after the juice.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what era it's from. Barry's going to take him deep.
Yeah. Come on now.
I mean, he's literally the all-time home run king. Nobody hits more home runs than Barry Bonds. I don't know why it's stunning to say he might have run into one. And
you're not supposed to say it.
Yeah,
it's just you're not supposed to say it.
I don't understand. I can't keep up with the. I mean, this is an era again that loves the phony Jason Tatum like whole aspect. So I guess they can't handle somebody just being a competitor and legitimately saying, "This is what I would do. I would take him deep." At first, when I first heard him say like "gone," I thought he was saying like "gone." I'd be out of there. He'd just take me out. What am I? And I was about to roll my eyes at that. Of the idea of like, yeah, right. Like you wouldn't be able to get a single hit off of Satchel Paige. That's ridiculous.
Who else is catching heat for Aaron Judge karma?
This is the Orioles. Jason La Canfora, so he's an Orioles fan. And
Jason La Canfora.
Is that what that's right? That's his nickname, isn't it?
Yeah, because he doesn't report anything on his own. He just confirms other people's stories.
Yeah, so he goes in. So Juan Soto was on second base. There was a ground ball, and he runs into the third baseman trying to make a play. Okay, so inning over because it's interference. So La Canfora says, "Amazing that this is on Twitter. Amazing that a base runner found a way to not plow right into the fielder and get called for interference. To use it as a chance at a cheap shot elsewhere. Make Soto watch it 5,000 times like something out of A Clockwork Orange." Saying if he gets through the series without some significant bruising, the Orioles are doing it wrong. His BS Bush League act on the base path is getting people hurt. Time for some real pain too. And then when Judge gets hit the inning later on the hand, he called it karma. That happened, and he's kind of getting obviously roasted.
Now, did you think what he was talking about with Judge before that was legit?
You mean Soto?
Soto.
Soto didn't control his body well. You know, you're supposed to get out of the way of the fielder. You're not supposed to run into him. Players will sometimes run into the fielder to avoid, there's been situations where if you're running to third, and there's first and second, and one out, you're running to third, and the ball is in front of you, and you know it's a double play. Hold up, let the ball hit you, you're just out. The guy gets first, you're out, and then the inning stays alive, right? So it's a strategy. This one, it's not safe, right? It's not safe. It's kind of like A-Rod screaming, "I got it."
You in here.
I got it on a pop-up, and the guy drops the ball because he's not paying attention. Is it Bush League? No, it's just not safe to run into somebody like that.
All right, some Diamond Cavs here on the home of the World Series champs. What is going on with this DirecTV lawsuit that you have been tracking for 2 weeks now, and hopefully I can get some money out of?
All right, so there's a lot of things going on here. You might be owed like $21 billion.
Me?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, you might be. Does the NFL owe you $21 billion? Because there's this lawsuit. I don't think you get all the $21 billion, but
That's what the Tolos were trying to get me from Spittle yesterday.
yeah. So a class action lawsuit was initially filed in 2015 for the Sunday Ticket. It's finally been heard by a judge. It was heard to start about a week ago, and the trials have been going on. Jerry spoke about this. He was being interviewed. The plaintiffs believe the league colluded with the network partners to make the price of Sunday Ticket super high.
Yeah, it's like between $350 and $450.
Yeah,
for the Sunday Ticket.
So, like, from '94 to 2022, it belonged exclusively to DirecTV. You know, if the league were to lose the case, it would cost them 3 times the damages. The plaintiffs are seeking $7 billion, but because of
and this is from basically NFL fans saying we've been overcharged for years.
Yes, but because of the antitrust exemption the NFL has, they would be penalized 3 times the amount if they are found guilty of this. So the money would be distributed among the 2.5 million people who subscribed to the package from 2012 to 2022. And you're probably every year. So you might get a dollar amount for every single year.
So how is the NFL...
So you probably get $1 billion.
How is the NFL wrong for setting a price and having us as the consumer choose?
Because that's the thing, is that from when DirecTV exclusively owned it, and you cut off the entire market, so there's no competition to regulate prices. You cut off the entire market, and you just say price gouge. Like we can charge whatever we want, and this is the only place you can get it. You can't access it anywhere else, and so it does create antitrust issues where typically in other settings, yeah, you can set that price there, but I can go get gas somewhere else, or I can go get this somewhere else.
Like when hotels gouge, well, I still can maybe go to another hotel.
So when you cut off the rest of the market and then skyrocket prices, they say that violates laws meant to protect consumers.
Yeah, now the NFL stance here is like people agreed to pay the price. Like, what do you want us to do? We set the price. They don't have to order it. You know, now I guess where they could get you is if it automatically renews. If it's set to auto renew by default, and maybe that is something that they could look into.
Roger Goodell admitting that one of their broadcasts sucked.
Yeah, he admits all the broadcasts stink. How about this one?
Not all.
No.
Thursday night.
No, just Thursday night. And this was
Boy, you flipped on that quick. You gave up on that.
No, I was engaging in hyperbole. So the statement that was made, he said, I had in my own opinion that our production was below the standards that the networks had set, referring to CBS and Fox. We had not met that standard. They had exclusive rights to Thursday Night Football from 2006 to 2013. They were then split between CBS and NBC until 2017. Fox took over the rights. Thursday Night Football had been on Amazon Prime since 2022. So initially, he admitted under oath that their broadcast with Bryant Gumbel stunk. We all knew that.
Yes.
Awful. We all knew the Bryant Gumbel one stunk. It was awful.
Yeah.
Who took over after Bryant Gumbel?
He was out after 2 years.
Right. It started with Gumbel. Do you remember his 2 analysts that he had?
Dennis Miller,
Chris Collinsworth, and I don't remember the other guy.
Dick Vermeil.
Dick Vermeil?
Yeah.
I don't remember him doing any games.
The first 2 years.
He probably doesn't either.
It was
just kidding.
It was Gumbel, Collinsworth, and Vermeil. And he had to sit here and say it was not up to par. And also in this trial is Jerry Jones throwing a little bit of shade, at the Cincinnati Bengals. So according to the Associated Press, Jones acknowledges the reality and of the fact that he could make more money by just doing things on his own.
Hey, man.
And he said, I'm convinced I would make a lot more money than the Bengals. I'm completely against each team doing TV deals. It's flawed. There's no recovering from that if you're Cincinnati.
Man.
Yeah, no recovering at all. And basically saying the NFL has justified what it does and charging for a premium product. Fans make the clear choice whether they want it or not. Boils down to elementary economic principles.
All right, little roundup to get you set for the water cooler and the weekend here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We want to hook you up with our final giveaway of the week. Rangers, Padres tickets, and I got some Dallas Mavericks true/false. Luka's the best player in the league. This is the best backcourt ever. They're not even the best backcourt in the league. right now. Some Mavs true or false heading into the offseason during the commercial-free expressway right after this. And
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are going to hook you up with our final giveaway of the week. Rangers Padres tickets for you turning it on, leaving it on your home of the World Series chance. We're commercial free, as Pepe always says, and we have the junk drawer to give you some laughs heading into the weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Let's start with a laugh right here. I love these AI things. And this is Luka Doncic. I woke up this morning to Atolo sending me Luka Doncic going scorched earth on his supporting cast. This is what it sounded like.
I was the best player in this series, and it wasn't even close, But the refs, man, they were horrible. How do I foul out when I don't even play defense? And Kyrie must have forgotten Ramadan is over because he was starving for a bucket every game. He really can't win without LeBron. But honestly, Jason Tatum got carried by the big three. Porzingis, Peyton Pritchard, and Sam Hauser. This really is a white man's league. And Dallas, don't worry, I'm not leaving like LeBron would. We'll be back here next year, and we can go band for band.
How good is that?
It's great.
Isn't that good?
They're so
Pretty
dangerous.
good.
Those deep fakes are dangerous. Though,
That's
man.
some very edgy comedy. No, that sounded like him.
It did. Okay, so I would have not even questioned it. Knowing it's AI, listening to it, I can hear the differences a little bit, but man, I would not know it if I wasn't listening for it.
All right, I've been saving this up. I had this all in my prep until I got stuck at Scottish Rite the other day. I want to revisit and touch on some narratives of the NBA season and see where they stand right now. And I want you to answer them on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The narrative that Luka Doncic became the best player in the league. That was said by many before the NBA Finals. You and I think all of us shot that down pretty quick. Still the Joker. I said that at the time. I say that today. To that narrative, you say what after the championship was decided?
Well, so yesterday we were watching ESPN in the studio here, and what was the question they had? Did the finals taint Luka's playoffs or something like that?
It was like taint his standing in the league or his legacy or something like that.
And I was like, wait a second, and this is the LeBron situation. This is the whole theory that LeBron would have been better off losing in the West or East finals than making the NBA finals and losing.
Right?
How dumb is that? It's the dumbest thing ever, right? Yeah, look, is he the best player in the league? I still think Joker I would default to. I mean, we're just going to completely ignore 3 MVPs in 4 years and a title.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ignore that. I think Joker's still the best player in the league, but I mean, I think Luka's hot on his heels. And is Shea hot on their heels? Is Ant hot on their heels? Sure, whatever. But I think right now you got to still say it's Joker.
Yeah, it's Joker because, that was the end of the West Finals? We were kicking this around initially of this idea of, is Luka better? And we all said no, and there was nothing in that NBA Finals that made me say, well, look, change. Let me change my mind because he's clearly surpassed Joker. What Joker did in the Finals last year, he averaged 30 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, a block, a steal, shot 42% from 3 and 60% from the field. So, no, like Luka didn't do enough. Luka will be the best player in the NBA within the next 3 years, probably.
To the stain topic, I think it's a inside and outside the Metroplex difference. What Luka did with 4 minutes left of Game 3 was not a shock to us. But if you're not following the Dallas, we watch him complain and moan and groan every single night. But from a national perspective, it's more of a, oh my gosh, he did that. He cost his team. These are some of the narratives. I'm not necessarily saying it myself. He did cost his team. I'm not saying they would have won, but I know he cost them any chance of winning when he got kicked out or fouled out of the game. So that stain thing makes more sense outside of the Metroplex when you don't watch him every single night and what he does with the referees. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I totally agree. We knew this was what he was. This was his MO.
Let me ask this question. Bigger stain after the finals, Tatum or Luka? And I know it could be looked upon as crazy.
Where?
Nationally.
Luka. Because that Game 3 was something that nationally a lot of people aren't going to get over.
Because to me, Tatum took a knock. I'm leaving these NBA Finals. I know Brian Windhorst, who I love, he dead wrong about this. No one will care after you win. No one will care. All the questions will be erased, blah, blah, blah. No. I leave the finals now knowing and believing that Jason Tatum is not the best player on his team. Those aren't his Celtics. So it was a loss. It was a big picture win.
Legacy loss.
It was a legacy loss. He won the war. He lost the battle. In my opinion, in my view, with Jaylen Brown being the guy.
Yeah, Brown
barely.
Brown came across as like he's the alpha, like it's his team in the last two series.
Yeah.
And so he loses in that respect. He doesn't seem like a guy who cares like Tatum, so I don't know how much it bugs him. He seems pretty passive about that kind of thing. The thing that got stained or damaged or lessened for me a little bit, and I don't want people overreacting, and I'm saying he's not clutch or anything else.
Kyrie.
Kyrie partially, but for me it was I kept waiting for you pissed Luka off, watch him elevate, and every opportunity that came around in the finals for pissed off, national stage, here comes, it didn't happen.
Well,
that just made me think he wasn't invincible anymore was the only thing.
That brings up my next question to you all on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Me and others hoping for calmer Luka was a mistake. True or false? Did you feel like, and this is what I argued with Bobby about months and months ago, Bobby was like, you have to have some crybaby Luka to get best Luka.
Yeah.
And I was arguing against it. And did he lack some life to you in those last two games, trying to be on his best behavior, which he was? Was calm, good behavior Luka asking and wishing for that a mistake?
Yeah. Well, game 4, he was pretty good. Right?
Yeah.
Pretty good in game 4.
True.
I agree that you need to have that. You need to have all of Luka or none of it. It's like I said the same thing about Romo or any gunslinger quarterback when it comes to interceptions. If you want the best of that player, you've got to be able to deal with his interceptions. He's going to throw one, right? He's just a gunslinger. He'll try to force it in there. He's going to throw one, but you're going to get 3 out of it. You're going to get 3 good plays out of it, out of that one bad play. You got to deal with it. And I think you got to just deal with it when it comes to Luka and the crybaby. It's annoying.
So I give you the option next year of 82 games of good Luka, calm Luka, or 82 games of other Luka. Which one are you taking?
I'll take the other one. Because I think what happens when you get calm Luka is you're going to get Major League 2 version of Rick Wow Thing Vaughn. Okay, where he's trying to name his pitches and he's not the Wow Thing anymore.
Cutting it loose.
Yeah, you want cut it loose guy.
Part of the
Rick Vaughn, Major League, played by?
That would be Charlie Sheen.
Hey, all right. Pepe on the board.
His real last name is Estevez, but okay, Peyton, you technically didn't get it right. Yeah, look, I think it's part of that entitlement that he approaches the game with that makes him say to referees every single time I get fouled. I do think part of that affects his psychology and his entitlement that says this is mine or this basket's mine or this moment's mine. Like, I think it's all part of just his own basketball floor entitlement that helps him be who he is in a lot of ways. It's a negative. You hate it. It's a double-edged sword part of it. But I do think that part of that attitude and whininess at times is also what makes him the competitor at times that he is. So, yeah, I don't think I would take best behavior Luka because I do think, at least right now, he's not able to elevate the same way.
Ooh, Pepe, which one would you want for 82 games? Calm or other Luka?
The crying Luka got you to the NBA Finals. Give me crying Luka. The 714 says I don't want calm Luka. I want his teammates to step up and take some pressure off of him. So there's that. But yeah, give me crying Luka. I'll take that. Calm would be weird, I think.
Man, this is tough. I would like to try calm Luka for the majority of a regular season and see what happens because I think that would help him. I think it would help him as a leader. Although Peyton has the point of look what he's done with some of the supporting casts. 2 out of 3 years, a West Finals and an NBA Finals being how he's been. All right, next narrative. And what are the majority saying? Calm or
angry Luka?
Angry Luka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. I don't want calm Luka. I want his teammates to step up and take some pressure off him. I want who's crying now, Luka.
Okay,
that one.
Next one. Stan Van Gundy's narrative that Kyrie and Luka are the best backcourt of all time. And I will follow that up with, are they even the best backcourt in today's NBA? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to count Tatum and Brown as a backcourt. Two-parter.
The thing with Tatum and Brown is that they are both much more complete basketball players.
Yes.
because they can play defense.
Yeah.
And Kyrie and Luka don't really offer you anything on defense.
Yeah, and to be fair, they
Their
did
size.
To be fair, the initial claim was offensive from Van Gundy.
To be fair, they took them 12 times to clarify.
I'm just saying.
They tried to come out with their big bang headline. Stan Van wanted to be all loud, and then it was in the third and fourth broadcast when Reggie Miller and him was trying to clarify things. So don't to be fair me. They wanted the freaking splash of it, and then everyone else getting this kind of run and the best offensive backcourt ever.
No, this series was obviously not great for them. But no, I would not take Tatum and Brown over Luka and Kyrie because even outside of the Luka thing, I wouldn't take Tatum and Brown as a tandem over having Luka on my team. So I'm going to take Luka and Kyrie, period. But no, I still think it's exactly just like the finals didn't move me on Luka as the best player. This doesn't move me on the initial take, which was, to me, I thought they were behind Clay and Steph all the time. That was the one that stood out to me.
I mean, offensively, you can make the case, but obviously when you throw defense into the mix, I mean, the Tatum and Brown are really, really good from that standpoint. And you can go back to some old school, is West Goodrich. I saw a lot of that when Jerry West died, that, hey, we were talking about the best backcourts ever, but don't forget Gail Goodrich and Jerry West. So I don't know. I would probably say offensively, sure. Nobody handles the basketball like Kyrie.
And then the final one on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. You would rather have Jalen Brunson than Kyrie Irving.
When?
Right now, moving forward, because a lot of the tweets, and yes. I agree with these. I'm not saying this is my overall answer. Jalen Brunson would have definitely had a better finals than Kyrie Irving, no doubt about it. Jalen may have more. I don't know. Does he have more dog in him than Kyrie?
That's kumbaya, that's for sure.
Jalen is a baller. So after the NBA Finals, you would keep or swap out Kyrie for Brunson. That's my final one.
I would. I'd rather have Brunson, I think.
I'd rather have Kyrie next year. I'd rather have Brunson's contract. I'd rather have Brunson for the next several years, probably. But mean,
just
for next
as a player,
year,
same deal.
For next year, Kyrie. Especially because of what Kyrie is in the locker room. Kyrie is their leader. He did provide a ton of stability, I think, that a lot of guys coalesced around.
And then yesterday, of course, Tim McMahon joined the show, and the fellas asked, Kyrie in the finals, was that just a mass whole thing playing in Boston?
Yeah, and look, you also have to give credit to the Celtics. I mean, they are a phenomenal defensive team that, they can switch, and they've got four guys in the starting lineup who are awfully good defensively, including a couple of guards who are as good a defensive guards as you'll find in the league. Having said that, Kyrie obviously scored pretty efficiently in the two home games, and he was, his pre-game 5, the day before game 5 media availability was pretty fascinating. It almost felt like a therapy session when, he maybe was trying to acknowledge the ghosts or the pressure that he was feeling and talk his way through them. Obviously it wasn't effective, but I do think it was, and talking to people around the team as well, him putting so much pressure on himself because he wanted so badly to succeed on that court, to shut up that crowd and all those kind of things. And, so you talk about a combination of that sort of a pressure. He acknowledged he was hearing, and, as he said, it was fair to say there was a psychological edge the fans had on him. And then you're dealing with Drew Holiday and Derek White, and maybe if they get switched off, it's Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum. And so it was a whole combination of things. But again, he was very open and honest about the fact that, the crowd and his circumstances in Boston were a factor.
So that's my Mavs wrap up. During the commercial-free Expressway, we're about to hook you up with Rangers tickets, but first we got a Tolo shout-out, Choppy.
Yeah, a couple of them. Jerome Collins, good Tolo. He is getting married this weekend to his fiancee Brandy, so congratulations to them.
Bobby, you would attend these. How many Tolo wedding invites have you gotten over the years?
Oh, quite a bit. Yeah. Quite a bit.
Bobby will be there real quick.
Yes, you would, in his jeans and his Vans.
Yeah, not dressing nice.
He wears Chuck Taylors. And then the Keller Knights baseball team and my good friend's son Logan are heading to Cooperstown today to represent DFW in the whatever the Cooperstown. We went up there last year
Yeah.
or a couple years ago. It's great. So they're heading up to Cooperstown today.
They weren't just too good to.
No, it's not like the Foss Creek Little League, which their season is coming to an end. They're not going to win that lawsuit. What I've been told.
Man, does any I don't know what you're referring to, but does any other show in the Metroplex start more local fights with youth sports than we do?
We do.
Right?
Call them out, baby.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of Rangers tickets when they take on the San Diego Padres July 2nd. The first 15,000 fans in the stadium will also receive a Nathaniel Lowe Gold Glove bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's clean up what we missed throughout the week that was. Here on Sean and RJ, Choppy wants to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. He's going to unload everything at 8 o'clock on your home of America's team. But first, we got the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
Roberto, start us off, please.
All right, so this is an all-time dumbass alert from this English businessman. He's only being referred to as an English businessman because this is an anonymous lawsuit, even though he's already outed himself in a big way. All right, so what are one of the hallmarks, the big check marks, and don't say texting or green bubbles or whatever else, that people love about Apple, like in the iPhones and things like that?
It's literally the iMessage.
Okay,
Like
it's also from
no
people,
viruses.
It's the integration. The fact that like you can text from your Mac, you can do that, like that whole integration between the iPhone and the Mac and everything. Yeah. That's part of what makes people love it so much. That's one of the reasons why I know one of our guys at NFL Network, he liked the Android more. His whole family was on Apple. And so he's like, it makes our life easier, even if I don't think the phone is as good. And so this guy is trying to ruin that for everybody else because he is suing Apple after his wife discovered deleted messages he had sent to sex workers on their family iMac. These messages, which he believed were permanently erased from his iPhone, led to his wife filing for divorce. So he deleted them off his phone, but they apparently still stayed on the Mac that they were tied to. And he didn't know to go in there and delete those from there. So his wife pulls it up. He thinks he's in the clear, covered himself. And she just opens it up and is like, what is all this that's on the Mac here and these messages? I would love it if the Apple cult, you guys would lose your minds if the integration that you love got destroyed because one guy was mad he got caught buying prostitutes.
So he's suing Apple?
Yes. He is suing Apple.
Because it didn't erase on the computer.
It didn't erase on the computer. It cost him emotional damage. So he is suing for £5 million. I don't know what that is in USD.
About 6.
But he's suing for £5 million. He described the divorce as painful and raw. He also described his prostitutes that way, believing that a more rational discussion could have saved his marriage if the messages hadn't been discovered in such a harsh manner.
Yeah.
He aims to turn this lawsuit into a class action suit for others who have been faced with similar situations. So,
one of the quotes that he said, if you're told a message is deleted, you're entitled to believe it is deleted. There's a deleted folder. When you delete a message, I don't believe it just gets deleted.
Yeah, you said that's what Sarah was worried about with her phone having problems. All her
hidden pictures that we have. We have hidden photos.
You could just not hire sex workers.
You could do that. That's the other option.
He could do that.
That's option A.
Mm-hmm.
And then option B is, go to your deleted folder and then delete the messages that you thought you deleted, because you can delete them, but they still have another folder where it's just like your email.
But even if he covered himself there,
right.
It doesn't cover him on the Mac. They're still on there apparently.
Apparently they are. But yeah, if you delete an email, it doesn't go away. It just goes to your deleted folder. You got to clear that one out too.
Right. Yeah. All-time dummy.
Yeah. This guy obviously never had a psycho girlfriend. Where he has to make sure to protect himself.
Or he's a former Android user and just thought when you delete something, it's gone. It doesn't live on 3 other places.
There you go. So that's that one.
By the way, Tolo following up saying, "What hidden photos? What is that all about?"
So on your phone?
No, we know on the phone.
We're asking about your hidden photos.
Yeah,
I mean, there's some of that there.
Why is there a worry about hidden photos?
Well, because her phone.
And why are they hidden?
Oh, her phone broke. And she had to get a new one, and she doesn't have her photos backed up. So yeah, we have a hidden folder for some of our, photos we don't want anyone to maybe go through the phone and look at. I have kids.
Yeah.
My kids go through my phone every now and then. You have to hide them. You don't want kids to see.
Oh, baby.
Some of these photos. Justin Timberlake. He downed a stiff $21 cocktail the night of his DWI arrest, DUI, at a hotel. It's called the Vesper Martini, and I love these.
Vesper
Martini. It's made famous by James Bond. It's vodka, gin, and a wine aperitif. It originally was Kina Lillet, but I don't really think they make it anymore. Now it's Lillet Blanc, and it's a thick twist of a lemon peel.
Okay.
Well, it's like 4 or 5 ounces of alcohol. It's basically 2 drinks in one. There's no mixer in that. Maybe your mixer is olive juice if you want to get it dirty, but there is no mixer. It is straight alcohol. Now, they're saying he had the one. He didn't have the one. The one's not going to make his eyes look like that. I don't know if you saw his eyes.
No, let's see.
These eyes were look at how glassy those things are in the mugshot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's not one drink. Not one drink. That's like 6 of them.
I'm going to start sending you guys when I'm out at the bar and I've had too much. I'm just going to start sending you guys that photo to the group message as my signal that I've had too much. But $21 for a 5 ounces worth of liquor and a drink in the Hamptons or whatever, that seems like cheap to me.
Seems like a deal.
Yeah,
in that part of the world?
Like I've paid more than that we paid more than that in Vegas for a double shot.
Yeah.
My favorite thing on the internet so far is him walking out of the jail, and it said, "It's gonna be memed."
It's gonna be memed.
It's gonna be memed. Yeah.
His attorney says, "I want to see your evidence." To the state because he refused a breath test. He looks forward to vigorously defending Mr. Timberlake against these erroneous allegations.
Did he fail Did he do the testing? And wouldn't it be awesome if Timberlake danced through the tests? You know, like go with the line.
Yeah.
He's sitting there breaking moves off.
So he declined the breathalyzer test when he was charged. He was released without bail after his arraignment. So this is like they're saying, "I want to see your evidence. What evidence do you have that he was drunk?" And I'm like, "Well, sir, the evidence is those eyes. That's the evidence that I have."
Glaucoma.
Yeah, absolutely.
Glaucoma.
So they say he was stumbling drunk at the American Hotel. He guzzled another patron's drink while at this famed hotel spot just hours before his arrest.
As somebody pointed out on the fan text, though, maybe those eyes were so glassy from other things. Maybe he's hitting one of those pens.
Never know.
Or something like that.
Could have been.
So it could be a possibility. All right.
Where are we with Timberlake, Q rating? Love? Indifferent?
So
any dislike?
He took a shot with the Britney Spears stuff. There was like
the pregnant, the abortion?
That, well, also like, I guess how in her book talks about how he treated her and then the way he acted with, faux shiz, genuine, where he was talking.
Faux shiz.
Jesse Holly loves when we show off street cred like that.
We have not played that drop enough.
We haven't. So it took a little hit for sure.
Oh gosh. All right. How unwanted help makes people go crazy, or people are leaving Austin in droves? Sean, which would you like?
Oh, let's go Austin, then the help.
Austin, Texas. They now rank 5th among the top 10 cities that people are leaving in droves. So Austin had become the new hot spot for people to move to in Texas. It had started exploding, and now it's become just like California, as people are leaving it in similar numbers to California. So they rank 5th on this list of cities. This is according to Pods Enterprises, the moving and storage company known for its portable containers, and it is the 4th annual report, and it's the first time that Austin's popped up on here. It said starting in 2020, the advent of remote work, Austin's then attractive housing market, and the relatively low cost of living compared to major cities like New York and Los Angeles drove new residents to Austin. Well, there's a problem. All those people go in there, move in that area. Simultaneously, as more people moved there and the demand for housing rose, Austin home prices increased 60% from 2020 to 2022. And now people are finding it's getting close to East or West Coast prices for even apartments in Austin, and that it's really difficult to find housing out there. So it's become a thing where it got oversaturated a little bit. Too many people coming in there. Now it's become too expensive, too overcrowded, and you're seeing people leave in droves. My concern or my question would be, is that the future of Dallas? Like, does Dallas hold the
maybe.
same sort of thing? Because Dallas has become, DFW is getting really expensive really fast.
It's insane. There are like houses that were like 5, 6, 7 years ago going for $100 a square foot, and now they're going for $200 a square foot. It's really nuts. I don't know if it is. I know like Austin's becoming like the new comedy hotbed.
Yeah, so Rogan's got his...
I think it's called the Mothership.
Yeah, the Mothership. He's got the comedy Mothership, and Tony Hinchcliffe is down there. He does Kill Tony. That's become massively popular.
Joey D's down there, like
Tom
Shane
Segura.
Gillis.
They've all moved. So it has become a hot spot, mainly for comedians because of Rogan. Rogan kind of has told everybody, hey, you need to come down here. This is the spot.
But like, like it was always just like New York and LA for comedy, and then a little bit of Boston. But
Some
Boston
Chicago.
eventually moved. Boston folks would eventually move to LA. Or now like Austin's that next hotbed, which is cool. I mean, that's cool. It gives you like character to a city. But it's expensive, no doubt.
And you've been talking about how people are saying this is like the golden age of comedy now.
There's a lot of people talking about that because it's so dangerous. Because there's a little bit of a fear of getting canceled. But the people.
Who's the last person to have been canceled?
Like in comedian circles or period that we're trying to think.
Matt Rife in comedian circles, probably.
What happened to him?
He did his special. So he did a lot of crowd work. Like that was his whole thing. He did crowd work, and you would see these videos, and all the girls loved him because he's an attractive guy, and like girls loved him. And he does his Netflix comedy special, and he opens it up with a domestic violence joke, and everyone's like, all right, you're out of here, dude. And he went like, he completely disappeared for 6 months. I didn't hear a word from him. Now he's back. So he was probably the last one, but he didn't really get canceled.
I can't, nobody springs to mind recently. I think we're kind of past that era of just everything you say has to be like taken 100% seriously and thrown to the wolves. But I mean, even Kevin Spacey's trying to make a comeback now, crying on Piers Morgan's set. So
you get canceled, you go away for a few months, and then you come back.
The junk drawer continuing here on 105.3 The Fan. And then you got something?
I got a junk. Next. I was going to go.
Yeah, go ahead.
What? You like your wine?
You, me, you. It's like Roxbury Brothers.
Yep.
Yes.
You like your wine?
Yeah. I moved off of trying to collect wine.
Okay.
After I was like, you know what? This is kind of a hit or miss. And I don't have enough money for this either.
Yeah. Well, save it up because there's about to be a shortage.
Ooh.
Have you heard of lantern flies?
No. I know about gnats.
Yeah. So lantern flies apparently target one of their main sources of food is grapes. And they are now they were almost exclusively just in like California. Now, apparently, because of the way they've been transporting wine, they're now in 18 states that produce wine. And there is about to be a wine shortage in the U.S. because of the lantern flies and the disruption they have on the ecosystem of making the grapes. And, so it's been, they're mostly in the northern states where it's more, we don't have them, I don't think, here. I've never seen them here. And, Texas has got a little bit of wine country, but not like California does, or even like New York or something like that.
Yeah, the biggest threat to Texas wine is Sandler eating all his frozen grapes. And fresh
So if you're a wine collector, store up, buddy, because you might be...
Your sister.
My sister. That wine cellar that she has, or 800 bottles of wine or whatever. It's crazy. But yeah, store up because there is about to be a shortage of these lantern flies. Don't get under control. I mean, they'll have eggs, and they have like masses of eggs that just get laid on. They look like mud cakes. They just get laid all over the place.
How much wine do you guys have?
Oh, we have quite a bit. I don't know, maybe 30, 40 bottles.
Okay. Wow, very nice.
So
a lot of them are duplicates. They're all the same, which is fine. But yeah.
When it comes to providing help for an individual, if it's not asked for, yes, BetterHelp.com. If it's not asked for, there's often a wrestling with the idea of, I want to help this person. Are they too proud to ask for help, or they really would like help, but they don't want it to have to be asked for?
Yeah,
I think
my wife is a very difficult person when it comes to this.
So, and then it's like, well, I'm going to go ahead and give them help. Well, sometimes you give them help, and it wasn't that they were too proud to ask for it. They did not want it. They didn't want your help. And so it turns out that researchers are saying if you're not asked for help, it's probably best to err on the side of caution and not help. because new research shows from Germany that employees who received unwanted help from coworkers and supervisors experienced higher frustration related to their needs for competence and autonomy than the stress and pressure of the workload itself. And this nails it for me. Volunteer your help, like, it seems really good in theory, but I've always taken, whenever somebody wants to, like, hey, let me come in and help you, I always think of it like, do I appear like I'm drowning? Do I appear incompetent? Like, it's not like I get mad at them, but it starts frustrating me. Like, okay, you don't think I can handle this, or you think that I don't view it as a helping hand. I tend to view it as you're trying to correct something in a nice way that you don't think I'm doing correctly. So whenever anybody tries to give me unasked for help, I tend to get pretty bitter over it. And I'm like the rest of the world here, it sounds like.
Well, all of you are cynical, miserable people.
Someone's just trying to help you. They're trying to help you.
Yeah, which, by the way, apparently my wife is watching.
Oh, no.
Sent me a screenshot from Gregory on the YouTube comments. You can tell Bobby wants Sean's job on here so badly. She sent me the screenshot. I've gotten that a couple of times, and I was like, yo.
Here's the thing.
They're like, just be careful. Bobby's out to get you. I'm telling you. He's trying to go ahead and take over. And I was like, 0% chance.
If you guys heard the discussions during the break,
the last two shows without me,
when Sean is out, of how little either Choppy or I actually want to drive the ship, you would not think this.
Yeah.
Neither one of us want to do it.
We don't want this. We don't want that role.
Yeah. I was like, no, Bobby is not backstabbing Bill.
Yeah,
they're trying to call him.
We get to sit here and make snide remarks.
That's right.
That's what we get to do.
RJ Choppy has been loading up. I've been trying to stay away. Bobby's always here at 8:40, and of course at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. RJ Choppy has loaded up to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Now, with what we're left with is just NFL football after the Mavs have been eliminated. Choppy takes you inside the Star after this.
Let's get you over to sodaweightloss.com.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Just received some absolutely crushing news in the commercial break, which we will get to at 8:20 this morning.
Yeah.
You're aware?
I'm aware.
You're aware.
I'm aware.
We'll talk about it at 8:20 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. What?
Did they give Peyton a contract extension?
Part of it.
They took it away, actually.
Sounds like they're giving more work to do.
That's right. So we'll get into that coming up in about 20 minutes, but you have been storing up Cowboy nuts.
It's amazing. It's amazing, the transition in my life where I just want to talk about the NFL now. There was a time when I was like, yeah, this. I mean, I liked it, but it's like I wanted to talk baseball, college, whatever. Now it's just like,
why do you think that is?
I don't know. Everybody says as you get older, people get more into baseball. I'm getting more into the NFL as I get older.
Wow,
that's Scotch. It's
Scotch.
Yeah, you're just maturing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting more into baseball too, so that's part of it. But yeah, I'm definitely getting more into the NFL. Is there any way for the Cowboys to walk into camp in Oxnard and us to think that they had a successful offseason? We're way past them having any impact free agents, right?
Yep.
Who even is available out there they could get that we would be like, oh yeah, maybe some depth guys. But is there any way for them to walk into camp and for
where's Jamal Adams?
Yeah, for us to get off the airplane on July whatever in sunny Southern California and think, man, I'm excited. This I feel good. This is a successful offseason.
Well, the follow-up that you had to it last night makes it more of an interesting question of the extensions getting done.
And there was an article on ESPN, like final moves for every team, and a way that they could nail the rest of their offseason. And for the Cowboys, it said extend 2 of their 3, Dak, CD, and Micah. And the write-up, and this is from Aaron Schatz at ESPN, he was with Football Outsiders for years. And he says, I'm not sure what they're waiting for. The longer they wait, like you've said for a million years, Sean, the important players, the more expensive those contracts become, get paid and raise the bar of those positions. This isn't the place to have a long debate about Dak's struggles in the postseason or whether he's truly worthy of top money. But nobody out there is going to argue against the idea of Lamb and Parsons being at or near the top of the market. What are they waiting for? You're not going to let them leave, so get on it. So if we walk into camp and any combo of those 3 are signed, do we feel like this was a successful offseason?
Ooh, successful versus excited. I definitely won't be more excited stepping off the plane at LAX. I won't be more excited. Well, I think it would have been more successful. I'll still probably lean towards no, because I won't think that they're any closer to a championship team than the team that got humiliated by the Packers.
No, I don't think we'll feel that way at all. Part of why people felt you needed to get things done early in the offseason was because they wanted the flexibility of getting this done and massaging cap numbers and doing different things that then you could go improve your team with free agent additions that now they can't make. So no, I don't think it's possible. I also think it matters who is it. Like if you tell me, if we get off the plane and CeeDee Lamb's contract extension is done, okay, that's good. If Micah's contract extension is done, is that a necessity to get it done this early? Like, is that one that, like, if you end up prioritizing Micah getting done before Dak and CD who are rapping on the door, is that
it's also
an efficient use of resources?
Interesting, not funny, Bobby, how the Micah contract has now kind of slithered its way into the Dak and Lamb conversation. At the beginning of the offseason, it was just, all right, Dak and Lamb, Dak and Lamb, Dak and Lamb. And now Micah has entered the fray, especially after his comments at practice when he's like, people are paid to be here, not me.
Yeah, and people are saying on TV all over the place, Micah should not step foot on the field. He should not even go to camp until he gets his money.
Well, he's not there anyway.
He's not there anyway. But, I was looking at this from each team, the difference for each team. And, like, it's disappointing when you go around the rest of the league and you see, like, what their one thing they can do.
What's your one thing?
What's your one thing? Very nice.
Odyssey, Joe.
Odyssey. It's nothing compared to what we have. Like, it's that for the Giants, sign Lawrence Guy. Okay. For the Eagles, sign Eddie Jackson. For Washington, sign Sam Cosmi, a guard. For the Bears, sign Ryan Tannehill. For the Lions, sign Michael Thomas. Sign Stephon Gilmore of your Green Bay. Sign J-Ron Kearse of your Jacksonville. Like these are small moves.
Is J-Ron still out there unsigned?
He is. I think there was I think some people in league circles were not thrilled with how J-Ron played last year when they look at things. I think they felt like there was some effort lacking.
But like it just seems like the Cowboys have like a much bigger cloud over their head right now with this. I mean, everybody else is like sign this role player. And for the Cowboys, it's like, hey, let's go ahead and extend top 5 players of their position or whatever.
Well, I mean, look, I know it's easy for us to be like, we're here in Dallas, so it's maybe difficult to sometimes see what the national focus is. But Trevor Lawrence extension was obviously one that had been talked about a lot. So, quick off the top of your head, who are the big contracts that need to get done in the NFL?
Lamb, Parsons, Dak.
Tua?
T. Higgins.
Tua, T.
Yep.
Ayuk. But I mean, that's the thing. You're talking about
Debo.
Individual players in some of these little spots. Whereas with Dallas, it's three, and it's arguably three. You can make a case that those three are the biggest ones that need to get done.
That's very true. There's no way. We're all saying there's no way that it's a successful offseason or excited.
No.
It can be successful. It can be somewhat successful if you got those done. But I'm not going to be excited because they all were on the team last year.
But it could have been better, and you still ultimately cost yourself money in the process. So I don't know that it's more just like, okay, great, you stopped digging. You stopped digging when the hole was there.
True.
One of the other ones that was asked is from Bill Barnwell. If the Cowboys do move on from Dak, can they even make the playoffs ever again? Like, are they just
ever again?
Not even ever again, but like, is that something that would prevent if they sign all three? So 35 for Micah. Let's say they sign all three. 35 for Micah, 35 for Lamb, and 60 for Dak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that would put them at the top of the food chain of each position. They would have three guys that make up 46% of their salary cap.
Tyler Smith is eligible for a new contract next year, too.
So he's asking if they all got that money.
If they all got that money, does that immediately prevent them from making the playoffs? So there's no way to build depth there. When you look at the other teams that have had a similar number of three guys making up 46% of the cap, I'm going to show you two teams from 2022.
Two teams.
And go look up go to the 2022 standings, Bobby. Real quick, go to 2022 standings.
I got you.
In 2022, the Raiders
I'm laughing at it so much.
had Devontae Adams, Derek Carr, and Max Crosby make up about 46% of their cap.
Mm-hmm.
How'd the Raiders do in 2022?
They were 6-11.
In 2022, the LA Rams had Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Aaron Donald make up about 46% of their cap. How'd they do in 2022?
They were 5-12. All those guys got hurt, though.
They all got hurt. But that's the problem. When you have half your cap with three guys, you have no depth.
Sure.
Right, and that's the issue. The Rams and Raiders entered the draft that year with the 6th and 7th pick the following season, after they had that much money tied up in the cap. The Cowboys, by history, if they give all those guys three top-of-the-market money, have a reduced chance of making the postseason. For years, we've had this stat, if your top 10 players make up half your cap, you have like an average 5-11 season. And, as the salary cap has moved and grown, I mean, that number's kind of gone away. But this would not be your top 10 players. This would be your top 3.
Yeah, I mean, look,
And let me fire back at you here and ask you, Mr. Team Builder, would that prevent you from giving any of the three that money?
No.
Look, I mean,
meow.
We read the article from Gelkin earlier this week where Michael had said Dak might have to take less in order for all three to stay.
No,
that might be the only way to keep all three, because if you max out all three of them, you're probably gonna have to pick two of them.
Yeah, you might have to. And like, look, obviously the Cowboys. What would the Chiefs do? Would the Chiefs trade CeeDee Lamb for 2 firsts?
Well, they tried to re-sign Tyreek. Let's not forget that. Let's not give them all this credit.
Right.
Like, oh my gosh, they let Tyreek walk.
And Mahomes took a friendly deal.
Yes. Like they barely got outbid by the Raiders. I'm sorry.
Miami.
The Dolphins.
Yeah.
They barely got outbid. I was thinking of Devontae. But they tried to bring back Tyreek, and I don't think they insulted him with the offer.
Right.
I don't think
Chris Jones, we think, took like a dumb deal.
Right.
So they got Chris Jones. Kelsey's been giving them a break.
Yeah. Like if they were in a similar situation, the Chiefs had Lamb and Parsons on their team.
Yeah.
With Mahomes, are they trying to re-sign them both, or are they going to trade one of them for 2 first-round picks?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing here is you got to remember the accounting tricks that exist within the NFL and within the salary cap. So when we say 60, 35, 35, and we put those numbers on it, For instance, Trayvon Diggs, his average salary is $19.4 million. Okay, his cap hit last year as a almost $20 million player was $14 million. His cap hit this year is $14 million. Like, especially when you had void years on the back end, you could have a player who their average salary could be $30 million, let's say. And with the void years on the back and the accounting tricks, you could have that player never count $30 million against your cap during the entire duration of the contract.
Yeah, it's who's easier to find? Who's easier to replicate, Micah or CD? If you were to trade one for 2 first-round picks, who's easier to replicate?
Lamb.
CD's easier to replicate as a player.
Yeah, so I think
I'm still re-signing them all, by the way.
I still probably would too, but if it's easier to replicate the receiver,
you're not going to get me to say the Cowboys are farther away from the playoffs because they paid all 3 of them. The simplified thought is, hey, if you have a really good offense with a really good quarterback, you should be making the playoffs anyway.
You should make them anyway. You'll find your way into a halfway decent defense.
CD is easier to replicate as the player, but I think that's why you have to put nuance into it and say, okay, but the impact that he makes with the team specifically and the type of locker room personality he is and what you would have to work on if you lost that versus what you would have to replace if you lost Micah. Can I get Micah's impact? Not necessarily. I might be able to get 14 sacks though. Like I can get that number.
You can recreate it.
I can recreate that number.
Yeah, you can. Like would the Cowboys have done? Let's say the Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills were the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys were in the same position as the Bills, where they had, made it to an AFC Championship game and always run into that one team. Would the Cowboys have moved on from Diggs?
No. Not with their line of thinking, I don't think. Not the way that they approach players.
Right,
no.
I agree. And I don't necessarily disagree with it. It's just, it's just interesting how that works around the league.
RJ Choppy unloading his Dallas Cowboys content. He's ready. He's full
ready,
steam.
Man.
National Football League. We'll have Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. But the news that was just delivered to us that is crushing for the morning show and the station, we will bring it to you. And Michael Jordan, fraudulent. This is starting to pick up steam all over the internet. Are you glaring at RJ Choppy for this?
I'm not going to enjoy. I don't think I'm going to enjoy his take when we talk about this.
Michael Jordan being called out as a fraud and the devastating morning show news after this. But I just got word from
And by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let me give some Tolo shout-outs. First off, everyone who hit me up while out over the past few days. You're appreciated. We got Stan Fleming. Doing the Tolo listening on the Odyssey app. I'm on day 10 of a 23-day motorcycle trip, currently in Palmer, Alaska. Couldn't listen on Odyssey in Canada, but I was able to listen on YouTube. 4,600 miles so far to the great Stan, who is always on that motorcycle. So travel safe, brother.
Somebody, by the way, mentioned, and yes, safe travel, Stan. Somebody mentioned when we posted the Choppy singing the dance earlier this week, they were like, why does this sound like one of the Randy Marsh songs from South Park, like with the echo and the la la la, like that same sort of voice?
And then Tolo Matt with a nice message to me. Stop taking off, disrupting things. They had Texas William had me with a sumo wrestler like Micah traveling and doing some other things, getting punched in the stomach by a boxer. I wish I'd rather be wrestling sumos than sitting in a hospital. Although it's a very, very nice hospital. I wish Scottish Rite's interior designers did my house. It was that impressive of a place. All right. I was walking out of the bathroom, and Bobby said, you need to go into the studio because Ryan has something to tell you. I thought it was going to be some Twitch insults, which I forgot to do this weekly segment. When Ryan came over to my house party that Peyton's girlfriend was too good for, he was just hitting me with all these new surprises and comments, and I wanted to do a weekly Twitch, YouTube recap of the comments, and I was like, what do people say on there? How's it different from the text and Twitter? And he was hitting me with some haymakers, and I was like, dang, that stuff needs to make it to the air. And I wanted to come up with a name for it and do Ryan's weekly Twolo recap. Slipped my mind, and now it's too late because Ryan said that next Friday is his final show as he is taking a job in Odessa.
Man.
He's been wanting to do TV production, too big for radio, move on from there. And Bobby knew that this would crush me and really, really disappoint me. And it does.
He's very good at what he does. Look, we always like to troll with everybody here. The absolute truth of it is Ryan's very, very good at what he does. And Ryan has made the fan cam in the morning so good in terms of that stuff. When you guys see the videos synced up with the audio clips and stuff like that is just stuff Ryan wants to do as he thinks it adds to it. That's not anything he
doesn't
asked
get
to do.
Our audio prep sheet. That's what has always shocked me.
I know.
He doesn't know the stuff ahead of time. I don't think, unless Pepe, you give it to him in the morning.
There's some presser cuts I will send him, but some random TikTok video, he just does because you guys talk about it.
He pulls it up, or I remember we were interviewing, I think it was Lombardi, and you had asked a question about the 49ers, and you had been talking for 4 seconds, and all of a sudden he split screen put 49ers images up from Getty and was circulating them, and you cut off your mic when you got done with the question. You're like, we didn't tell him we were going to talk about the 49ers, and he had it ready like that. Ryan's very quick. Ryan's very, very good at what he does. So we knew this was coming. We knew eventually he was going to go do something else. The Twitch is very upset already, by the way. They're all,
as we should be.
Yeah, they're very sad there on the Twitch that Ryan is leaving.
Yeah.
Maybe because I guess they don't want to fight with Carter again. But
say that now there's 3 options here of replacements. It's Carter, which is not going to be good for anybody. It's Peyton.
Well, you're going to get a fun glare walking in the building.
It's Peyton doing 2 jobs at once.
Hell no.
Which is not going to be good for anybody, especially after Thursdays at 6:40.
Yep.
Right?
When he checks out.
Right. Or it's somebody new who we will be comparing to Ryan the entire time. And that's not going to be fair to them. So I think he's just going to have to do the job from Odessa.
That's what I told him. I said, you can run the fan cam remote like you do in the morning sometimes. You can just run it from... How busy is Odessa? I was just out there.
Do you know anyone? If I said Ryan should handpick the replacement, do you have anyone in mind? Do you know someone that would meet the requirements and we'd be satisfied with? Right now he's shaking his head no. That's not good.
That's not good at all.
That's not good. This is very worrisome because here's the truth of the matter. I'll really take you behind the curtain. Up until recently, I felt like we were behind as a station in terms of some technology things for ratings behind the scenes. Once the reason I keep saying the YouTube and the Twitch Tolos are so important, you all matched us and put us over the top with like record ratings that we've never had in 14 years of doing this show. And it's because we've been able to add the video component. So now you're talking about Ryan not being here, and that is a sickening worry for me that the quality is not going to be as high without him, and therefore we lose what we have just recently added in terms of those viewership numbers. So that's not good. That sucks.
Yeah, it's terrible. He's a star, man. And now he's going to be...
Well, in radio he is. Hopefully in TV he's
Who knows?
a total complete... Well,
Failure.
he's kind of doing TV,
I
I
hope
guess.
he's a failure.
Yeah.
I hope he's a failure and he comes crawling back here, begging for more work.
Yes. What's a sports analogy of someone who's like trying to branch out, like maybe go run their own team, try to be the guy, I don't know. Hopefully it's that. It's a failure.
Yeah.
And he has to come back here tail tucked.
Tail tucked.
Yeah, I don't. Zeke going to the Patriots, still thinking he was the number one.
No, we knew he was done.
Yeah, he's better than Zeke ever was. So that's the difference there. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a great analogy to this. I will say
We need a Q&A. We need like a true false Q&A for Ryan next week on Friday. Well, you're going to be gone Thursday?
Thursday.
All right. We may have to do it on Wednesday before you take off for a few days in order to like do a Sean and RJ pop quiz reminisce segment about the worst moments, the best moments, what we're really like to deal with, what he would tell as advice for the next person sitting in there, the do's and the don'ts.
I already told him when he mentioned it. I was like, all right, well, we got to figure out sometime before you leave. Then I got to go give you all the Moscow mules that you love drinking. So we're gonna have to go out and get him all hammered before he goes off to Odessa.
And I got to send the Venmos possibly to these two
again.
Once
Ryan,
we get the bonus ratings news.
Again, Ryan, you got to remember, I went out to the Midland Odessa area for Keller softball. And remember, the cartel came in there, started robbing vans and stuff like that, taking softball equipment. I don't know that you want to put yourself in the middle of that.
So this is a permanent move. It's 5 hours away.
Yeah. It's a move.
And by the way, let me say something else too. Landry Locker is the best example of this. Someone that was local. And this is a broadcasting nerd out moment. Far too few are willing to like move out of here. They're like, no, I was born here, so I need to be on the radio here. I'm entitled. Don't ask me to do. But then they don't want to do like the scrub work on the weekends or overnights. And we have a lot of people like this in the building that this does not apply to. But I'm just talking about through the city. They're like, no, I was born in Dallas and I'm going to be on the radio in Dallas. People don't move away and like pay their dues and like go up to the lower markets and move up. Landry Locker did that. He moved to freaking Cleveland. He ended up in Houston. He was not afraid to just go ahead and move away and build up through that process. There's people who are like, no, I was born here. I need to be on the radio.
Got to be on the radio.
Yeah.
Got to be on the radio. It's the amount of people saying that he is going to get linked up with the cartel.
The Odessa cartel?
Yeah, the cartel in Odessa. It's happening. He'll be driving a F-250.
Now, why
are you going to do? A little diesel?
Now, why are people reacting as if they know Ryan, if he's just like an admin type behind the scenes?
Because the Twitch and the YouTube does interact with them on there whenever they have questions or they'll send them. And so they all feel like they know him. And so, especially the Twitch feels very protective over Ryan. They're big Ryan fans on the Twitch, and it's not always easy to win the Twitch over. The Twolos.
Yeah, I know. As Ryan told me, what they say about me.
The dark web Twolos. They can be a little tough to win over sometimes. I love them, but they are sticklers, and Ryan won them over, and so that's not an easy job.
Final day next Friday with the whole ride. Sean, RJ, and Bobby continuing on 105.3 The Fan. What is this Michael Jordan campaign, RJ?
So this was this is from Nick Wright. Is it Bobby? You sent this to us?
No, this was initially from Yahoo. So Yahoo had a report yesterday, and
Nick has to just do his LeBron slobber thing, and Michael's not number one bit.
Yeah,
so
and it was.
I'm sure he commented.
Yeah, it was. He commented the damn Shaka Smart Chia Pet looking self that he is. So this was an article yesterday from Yahoo. The writer there, it was an investigative report. They've got this big splash screen, and it says a closer look at Michael Jordan's 1988 Defensive Player of the Year award raises questions about its validity. Has LeBron James been chasing a ghost? This is by Tom Haberstroh, whatever. And so you remember the Jaren Jackson thing we talked about last year, where people said numbers were being cooked. And when he was at home, he was getting the benefit of some different scorekeeping things going on. So this was an investigation that said Michael Jordan got some serious home cooking in the 87-88 season with his numbers. And this is something where, you've had different guys. There was somebody with the Grizzlies years ago who, after he got out of it, claimed, yeah, we used to cook it. That's an open secret in the NBA, is that people will kind of cook the books a little bit. But Michael Jordan's home road splits were pretty significant, to the point where it's like he was averaging 4 steals a game at home, 2 blocks at home, and on the road it was 2 steals and a block in that season. So it said, put simply, Jordan's steals and blocks nearly doubled at home compared to the road. Wow. And they provide these video examples. There was one time where Michael was credited with, or the Bulls were credited with more steals than the other team was credited with turnovers in a game.
Yeah, one game Jordan had more steals than the other team had turnovers. I don't know.
This is hack journalism. That's what this is. This is absolutely hack journalism. This is message board fodder, because is this,
you're not buying it?
No, is this loser, I'm buying it may be a reality, but is this loser going to go deep dive every one of these types of home road splits for his video? I'm sure it exists pretty much everywhere in existence. And by the way, the whole idea of that this would somehow mean that LeBron is chasing a ghost, as if we didn't all see Michael Jordan play, and the only reason why we think Michael Jordan is the greatest is because of box score keeping. That's the only reason why we hold. It's not. In fact, it's not stats. That's not why we hold LeBron up against Jordan in a certain way. This is a desperate attempt to hawk to a LeBron's legacy and just dump all over. This is Gen Z behavior, and I'm not here for it.
What was your comment that was going to incite Roberto?
I just said, if this is true, right? If this is true, it's probably not a lie. It's not a lie. If he didn't commit these steals, then how is that
fair?
Fair.
That's not. No, that what he said was,
if they really fudged the steals, that's some bush
So
league,
someone
man.
went back and watched all the games?
Yeah, so this guy went back and watched all the game casts. And well, here's what happened: an NBA stat keeper blew the whistle on him.
On the general,
So he's the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club in Texas.
Well,
and he was a top executive for the Sixers in 2020. Before that, he was a stat keeper for the Grizzlies and an employee during their 95-96 season. In February, he said he was among a number of home scorekeepers in the 90s who selectively juiced the numbers for their players. And this was in an interview of Pablo Torre Finds Out. He explained that in his view, inflating certain box score stats for the home team was a common league-wide practice. So, he talks about
common practice.
Common practice. Look, I mean,
that's my point. It's not like there was some better. And again, we don't hold Jordan up to a standard because of a box score. We hold Jordan up to a certain standard because of people always say about Jordan, you didn't see him.
But
you have to see him to understand.
So in that year, he was the first player ever to have 200 steals and 100 blocks. And he was the first player ever, and I think the only player ever, to win the scoring title and Defensive Player of the Year award. So that's a very consequential season and award.
Right.
And if it's fudged, then
take it away. Let's take it away. Let's say he just has 2 steals, 1 block. It doesn't change my opinion on Michael Jordan and LeBron. To call Jordan's legacy a ghost because you think his Defensive Player of the Year numbers were juiced means you're a clown.
Agreed.
Yeah, so what they say is...
And that would not change your mind on Mike LeBron either.
No, it wouldn't.
Well, it's kind of like us judging Will. If we found out that some of the blocks or all the double-doubles or Russells...
If we found out that Wilt never scored 100 points in that game...
Well, it still doesn't take away 50 and 20.
No, it doesn't. But, if we find out that he really only scored 91, okay, it's still the highest scoring game ever, but it's not 100. And then, the Rucker guy does explain that in his experience, subjective stats. So if a player tried to block a shot and the ball fell short, give him the benefit of the doubt on a 50-50 play and give him the block if you're home.
Bobby's going to return fire to try to hurt Choppy next.
What?
Has the downfall of Choppy's beloved football source and site finally arrived? Bobby tries to break RJ's heart like Ryan broke ours. Next.
Let's get you over to A number.
here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. RJ Choppy's prep email is about to include a whole lot more Bro Bible because PFF might be going away, ladies and gents. It's maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. It may sort of just be a wish of mine rather than anything that has to do with the reality. But they are in a little bit of turmoil right now. And I'm largely kidding when I say I want it to go away, because here's the thing. I really love a few different people at PFF. John Owning is incredibly brilliant, genuinely good person. He supports us over here very, very publicly. When all that stuff was going on with the DAC attorney, I remember he had quote tweeted somebody, and John said, people at that station have been very kind to me throughout my career. I'm not going to tolerate any fan slander, and so I'm not taking part.
He should work for DallasCowboys.com then. Carry over some of that attitude over there.
Trevor Sakema is very good over there. Eric Eager was always really cool to talk to at Super Bowl the last couple of years.
I like Moo.
He got an NFL job recently, by the way. Did y'all see that? Eric Eager, the guy we interviewed over who had done Sumer Sports
with Thomas Dimitroff.
Yeah, he ended up getting hired. I can't remember where he went. He went over to the Lions, I believe. But there's people over there that I really like, and so I don't actually want to see them fall apart because their friends are there. But man, there's an executive, or was an executive, over at PFF who seemed like he sort of reflected a lot of the issues that exist with PFF in the way that he operated. So this guy's name is George Shahrouri. And he was fired earlier this year as one of the top execs from Pro Football Focus. This was exposed in a front office sports piece from AJ Perez, where he talks about all the different profile stuff, the good stuff that's working for PFF, but it also talks about a lot of the challenges. So those include all these advances in the machine learning and the GPS data and some of the NFL Next Gen Stats stuff are fueling competitors and may get them closer to PFF's manual charting focus. It also discusses the high-level people who have left over the last 2 years, including Eric Eager, Jeff Lane, Rick Drummond, Brad Spielberger. But the most notable thing that came out of here is that the company's former general manager, George Shahrouri, was fired earlier this year, and they didn't publicly discuss it at all. It was something where it's like, look, Pro Football Focus is a pretty big company. For you to fire one of your top execs and it doesn't get out for 4 months seems a little suspicious. From the AJ Perez article, it says Shahrouri's 2-year tenure was a complete disaster. The year since 2022 have seen an exodus of talent, and the private equity war chest is nearly spent with little but a new iPhone app to show for it. Shahrouri was quietly fired earlier this year, a move that seemingly came out of the blue, but one that was a relief to many of those who worked under him. One PFF staffer said it was long overdue. Multiple former PFF employees said that the exodus largely stemmed from Shahrouri's mismanagement. They said George was incredible at convincing people like Chris Collinsworth that he could help make them $1 billion company. He was next level terrible at managing people below him. So PFF has a little bit of management turmoil, Next Gen Stats, some of these free websites, and some of the different data that's come out there. It's like, why do we need your grades or your other things? Like, we can sort of track all this stuff now without any of our PFF subscriptions, and people already don't love their grades. But this sounds like, what's inherently wrong with the PFF structure to begin with. Massive ego and self-importance with absolutely zero awareness of the blind spots.
Because I thought this was just supposed to be like numbers. That was my first initial attraction to it, of your judgment,
advanced
and your
stats.
opinion. It's all taken out.
PFF people loved it early on because they had a team that would work on collecting stats that nobody else had. And so you could get these unique stats of, specific statistics of like, how good is this corner at stopping slant routes? How good is this corner at this route? Like all these different things that you can tally, when this receiver's targeted, where it is. Like they did all that sort of data. And then they threw in the grades, and nobody really cared for the grades. Well, they years ago took a lot of their premium stats and they removed them from even being available for subscription services because they wanted to only supply them to NFL teams. And when new management came in and kind of changed the direction and they started catering to NFL teams, all they really offered the public anymore was some decent stats, but not all the previous advanced stats, and they really went hard on their grades, which a lot of people went, I don't care how you thought they played. I don't care. And that's where they've run into some tension, is also because NFL teams have a tendency to use PFF grades when it helps them in negotiations with people, and people are like, I don't care, because if this grade was great and I tried to use it against you, you'd tell me no. And so it's become a sticking issue between players and teams in negotiations too. So a little bit of tension going on in Pro Football Focus.
I don't understand the hate for them. If you don't like their grades, don't use their grades.
I think it's some of the personalities. Like, what the hell is that? Sam Ronson or Sam Monson? Sorry, not Lindsay Lohan's ex.
Okay,
but
I mean, is the argument that generally analytic folks are smarmy and like they take on the personality of Keith Law? Yeah, that's true. Analytic folk on Twitter do come across as, I'm smarter than you.
Well, to
that's
me, it's
the reality.
Can it be trusted, and is your process accurate? That's all I care about.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a baseline. It's not like their numbers are just a baseline. Like, it just gives you a way to compare other players. If one player is graded as an 82 and you're comparing him against another player graded as an 82, but an NFL team might grade him as an 87, who cares, right? It's like, it's a baseline.
yeah, but the problem is, again, like, players feel tension with front offices over it because teams start trying to throw it at people when it benefits them. And it's like, so to them, it's like, this is, and the issue is that whenever anybody challenges or says, how do you come up with this? They get very defiant. They push back. They get incredibly sassy about, like, anybody saying, how do you come up with that? And whenever you mention to them, hey, you know, inherently, like NFL players tell you, you can't know people's assignments on every play. So you're kind of guessing if they even did their job correctly. Then they continue to just kind of dismiss that and puff out their chest. It's a little bit of the arrogance that some of the personalities over there have. Again, not all of them. I love a couple individuals over there who I think are great, but there's
I get how agents would hate it. I don't care about agents. You know, I don't have any relationships with any agents.
But when you come on here on a Monday and say he got an 82, what does that mean? Other than you're just saying they liked him. What gives me any standing to say that they know what they're talking about? That it's proof that he played well.
It's the same that anybody would ask, what do they know? They're on the radio.
But again,
they have a science they use, a training.
Okay, so if I said
format, it's the same thing.
If somebody said, I would totally understand that. Except we usually come back here and go, here's facts. Here's the thing. These are the things that we saw. PFF doesn't do that. If I came on here the Monday after a Cowboys game and you guys would say, Bobby, what did you think about the way Dak Prescott played yesterday? It's like he had a 90 passing grade. I gave him a 90 passing grade. Why? Well, I mean, look, it's a proprietary formula. I'm not going to tell you why I gave him a 90 passing grade, but that's what he was. He was great yesterday, and you just need to trust me. It doesn't matter that he threw 3 interceptions.
It
was
not
a 90.
Quite that. It's like, you know, if you look at their grades historically, if you look at the previous season's grades, generally that person has, you know, they play well the following week, year, whatever. I mean, it happens. It's not flawless, and I don't think they've ever said it's flawless, but nobody gives their, how do you figure out do we know the methodology on QBR from certain places?
We know factors. They don't necessarily tell you the values they give everything, but you do know factors.
But we still use it, right?
Because we know general formula factors. Even if they don't tell us how they calculate it, they do tell you what it takes into account. And so, to me, there's a difference there. The Philadelphia Eagles are in search of new team doctors. And this is something that I think is going to become more common over future years, because we've talked about this. Team doctors inherently are faced with, you know, there's a difference between representing the interests of a team and representing the interests of, you know, the Hippocratic Oath or whatever. You know, there are like, you're meant to get players ready to get them on the field.
Varsity Blues.
The Eagles are looking for new team physicians. A malpractice suit.
Awesome, Big Dom do it.
He can do everything else.
Slap some gabagool on there.
So a former linebacker, their former special teams captain, Christopher Maragos.
I think you can get gabagool.
I think you get good gabagool.
What is it?
It's capicola.
What is that?
It's just salted cured meat.
You're the PFF of cold cuts.
Yeah,
salted
cured
throwing
meat.
Generic terms at me.
It's got a little fat ring in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So Rothman Orthopedic Institute ended its decades-long run as the official team physicians for the Eagles, citing the risk being found liable again in another large medical malpractice verdict like the one that was awarded last year, $43.5 million to former special teams captain Christopher Maragos. Now, they were liable for $14 million of that. There were a couple of different people who were involved in the medical malpractice, but it was from a 2017 knee injury that the surgery got screwed up and he never played again, won this lawsuit. And the Rothman president gave a statement on Friday, said that can never happen again, said we can't have this liability facing us. So it's interesting to me because obviously it's a financial / legal decision, but it's fascinating that a medical practice would determine that working with an NFL team and working with their players, doing the job they ask them to do, carries too high of a risk inherently for them in malpractice suits or liability, other things, that they naturally think working with NFL players is too high risk for them. That is something that if more places start doing that, there's already been concussion questions and some of the other things, how does that start impacting discussions about, well, how safe is all of this? How safe is it if entire medical institutions say we won't even align ourselves with an NFL team to work on their players?
How many are really going to do that, though?
I mean,
I'm sure some of these physicians view it as like some of these donors that's like you get a fan rush out of it.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The prestige. You walk into their offices and all the players have signed the pictures and everything like that. I don't think people are going to run away from working with teams.
But if more players in the future start suing over concussions or other, and they start getting held liable, then you will see. This is Rothman just saying, this is our experience. We're getting out of this because we can't have liabilities like this in the future.
Does the team not get sued versus the individual practice or physician?
It does not specify if the Eagles were part of the lawsuit that was taking place, but it does say that only $14 million of it was Rothman responsible for. So it's a group of things where it was negligence with the actual surgery. So I don't know how much the Eagles would have been held liable for that.
Your dad would know. Isn't malpractice insurance just insane? Like, you got to have it.
Yeah, and
massive cost.
This is something where they've been with the Eagles for 30 years, and they've just said, nope, we can't have liabilities like this in the future.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. How can we go and find our own Boston Celtics for the Mavs to win the championship? That kicks off the final hour of the week with Sean and RJ next. But I want you to kick off your final hour of your
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, got Peyton, Ryan for another week.
CeeDee Lamb decided to show up. Old Sean Sharif here decided to show up for.
It was not contract related. Was having some fun with Spittle for 10 minutes.
I saw some Twitter rumors. It was funny when that tweet got put when you retweeted that tweet. Eric Chiafalo texted me. He's like, "Hey, is this real?" I was like, no.
Eric's like, "I should have tried that." Now look, I am negotiating, but it had nothing to do with that. Some health stuff behind the scenes. Hopefully nothing major, a little bit worrisome. We'll find out more next week. Just trying to go through the paces with the newborn. So apologize for being out. Thanks to all the Tolos for the messages. But I was fine being out, so I didn't have to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. I had Dallas Maverick memories. Already.
Memory.
And I was just trying to stretch out as many Maverick topics as possible. I'm like, all right, guys, I got to miss the next day or two. You want all my Mavs topics? And Bob was like, nah, I got all the Cowboys ones stored up.
It wasn't even Cowboys. We're look, this, this is that 4-week stretch where you're trying to, okay, we got some stuff. Let's make sure we pepper it throughout the weeks.
All right, let's find, I love this topic, the next Derek White. The Derek White All-Stars. Those players that you need to add in order to put you over the hump to get the title.
Yeah, because I mean, when we had Coop on, it was Coop, I think, when he on Wednesday,
Coop in the loop.
He on Wednesday had told us, he was like, man, when you watch Derek White play in this postseason, how much do you think San Antonio's kicking themselves for? Like, man, it'd be nice to have Derek White here with Wembanyama and build things forward. But Derek White had become kind of the X factor here during the postseason. He was, who was it? It was Josh Hart who had said that to him, he thought that Derek White was more impactful at times than Jason Tatum during their playoff run. So this is a cool exercise that they did over at the Ringer. This was Kevin O'Connor, and he found the Derek White All-Stars. And these are 10 players who could complete a contender. So which overlooked veterans could help a team win a title?
And let me tell you why I love this, and I'll be fully transparent. When the news broke at the Super Bowl that the Mavericks got P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, I couldn't tell you anything about Daniel Gafford, number one.
Nobody knew because he wasn't.
Ruben.
Yeah.
Ruben was able to, we're like, Ruben, get on the air. Tell us about P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. And those are the types of guys you need to know about when you're in the Mavericks position, because that changed the whole season.
Totally. And like, you knew P.J. Washington's name from his time at Kentucky.
Yes.
And Brittany Renner.
But no, you didn't, unless you really followed. And I followed college basketball a lot, and I had to go look up where Daniel Gafford went to college.
Yeah.
And I think Arkansas was a really good team when he was there. I think they went to the Elite Eight when he was there. But I had forgot. I didn't remember that.
No, but that was exactly it. That was a great value buy for both of those guys.
And you need that. Derek White, great value buy. Every player, every team that wins the NBA title, you always do find that, oh, look at that. You look at that one guy, that one player that kind of just pops up out of nowhere. Alex Caruso was that dude for the Lakers, just got traded to Oklahoma City. He had some energy to him. There's always that one dude.
Yeah, so this is a really good breakdown, I think, from Kevin O'Connor over there, where he says, all right, let's take the guys that could be these sorts of pieces and let's pair them with a team, like a good match. And he breaks them up into 3 different categories. So he's got hidden gems, which he says White and Bruce Brown served as undervalued pieces who had some success in their careers, but were willing to make tweaks to their game to unlock their new teams. Reinventable talents. So somebody like Kristaps Porzingis was a lottery pick who proved to make a greater impact in downsized roles at a later stage of his career. And then proven veterans. Drew Holiday, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope brought winning pedigree, with both of them being former champions.
Windhorst said he thinks 10 teams will be after KCP.
And he says these guys also tend to be unexpectedly available, and sometimes they can fall into different categories. Holiday played a significantly different role for Boston than he did for Milwaukee. So the Mavericks are obviously near this point. They feel like they're on the verge of getting a title that they're going to be able to compete over the next few years. Tim McMahon told us yesterday that Nico Harrison views this as a 3-year window, essentially. This was year 1. And so who could they potentially acquire that could push them over the top? And he gives the Mavericks a reinventable talent. So the Porzingis type that's, hey, maybe been a little bit down, but let's shift things around a little bit. And the player he came up with was Blazers forward Jeremy Grant, who had been with the Pistons recently, then went over to Portland. This is right up. He said, Grant has the biggest contract of any player on this list, and at 30 years old, he's also the oldest. The last time Grant was in the playoffs was 2019 to 2020 when he made the West Finals with the Nuggets. He was a totally different player then, almost exclusively defending, cutting, and shooting spot-up threes. But he did very little off the dribble like he does now. That's why he left Denver. Grant wanted to prove himself, and he went on to average 20 points in his 4 seasons since, but his teams have won an average of 24 games per year. Isn't it time to go back to winning? Grant is still a versatile defender who can fit into any switching defense, and he's still a knockdown shooter who can cut and score at the rim, but he's also capable of doing work off the dribble. Much like Porzingis for Boston, perhaps now he's at a stage of his career where he'd prefer a little more balance. So he says the dream fit is Dallas. And he says, just imagine a guy with Grant's scoring talent receiving kick-out passes from Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving instead of Maxi Kleber. Grant would feast on more open looks than he ever has, and because of his handling ability, he could help alleviate some of Luka and Kyrie's burden on the ball. I think...
Now, is this 4 for 124 the current deal or what he would get next?
He's on that deal right now.
Okay.
So that's the contract that he's on. In fact, I think he has 3 years left on his deal, 2 to 3 years left on his deal. So there's a player option at the back end of that as well. So I went and looked. I was like, all right, let me see. What is the I don't even know Is Portland in the mood for trading away Jeremy Grant? Is that something they would want to do? Is it? I looked up some stuff yesterday. He's been a trade block candidate in recent months. Some have speculated. What would they want back? Do they want picks? Do they want big time players?
Yeah, there's no reason for the Blazers not to want to trade him.
So Grant, I looked it up on the ESPN trade machine. Dallas can trade its 2025 first round pick beginning on draft night. So when they get to draft night, they're able to trade. I think they're able to trade their 2025 and their 2031. So they have 2 first round picks available to move. McMahon pointed out with us yesterday that Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract now becomes really appealing to teams who had no interest in it for years.
Expiring $16 million.
Now it's expiring, and they go, okay, great. It's actually, I think, 17 for next year, 17 and a half, something like that. So
don't correct me.
I'm just saying it's more than that. It's even more. It's free space. But this expiring deal is something that teams would value. So what if you tried, let's say you take the expiring of Tim Hardaway Jr., maybe some of your young pieces, Josh Green and or Jaden Hardy, like do those do anything for the Blazers? And then the 2025 first, or maybe the 25 and the 31, but you collect those together. If it's THJ, Josh Green, and Jaden Hardy for Jeremy Grant, that works money-wise on the cap. So you can make that work if you want to do that. So
you get a third scorer, defense. Everyone is now trying to talk about a 3-and-D league now.
I mean, it's been like that, right?
After what the Celtics did. The weird thing in looking at his numbers, though, it took 7 years for him to finally jump to 20 points a game. And 1, 2, 3, 4, we're on his 5th team. We kind of talked about this a little bit for different reasons with Christian Wood. Like, why are you already on, a 5th of the league? But he was 6 points, then 9, 8, 5, 8, 13, 12, and then finally with the Pistons 4 years ago, he jumped to 22, 19, 20, and 21. But scoring and defense, problem is the contract.
So when you look at, and that was kind of what Kevin O'Connor was getting at, was the idea of like when Jeremy Grant went out, it was I need to be the guy, because all of his teams previously, Philadelphia early on, he was a second-round pick. He didn't get a lot of opportunity. When he started playing better was around the time he got to OKC, which when his last year in OKC, he was playing with Paul George, Russell Westbrook, Steven Adams, Dennis Schroeder, like guys who were putting up shots. So the opportunity wasn't there as much. He goes to Denver. All right, in 2018-19, that Denver team, or 2019-2020, that Denver team was Jokic, Jamal Murray, Will Barton, Paul Millsap, Gary Harris, Michael Porter, and it was just, again, he wasn't getting those same sort of opportunities. So now he got the chance to go do ISO ball, but he's not winning games. He's going to Detroit, he's going to Portland, and he's putting on display what he can do. But, man, to me, when we talk about Porzingis is your 3rd or Porzingis is your 4th,
yes.
If you get Jeremy Grant to be your 3rd at this stage of his career, and he's somebody who will play both ends of the floor, sign me up. I will sacrifice draft capital. I will sacrifice young, up-and-coming prospects like Josh Green or Jaden Hardy and their upside. I'll sacrifice that in order to get Jeremy Grant and take on the contract.
That's it. We really need a Porzingis type here.
Well, if Lively progresses, the way that Tim McMahon suggested yesterday,
if he plays, that's my comeback. If he plays,
yeah, we really. If we don't, there's only a way.
This guy's going to be a freaking hero amongst those idiotic masshole animals when he didn't even play in the finals.
Only a way, if they could find a way to get a guy like Kristaps Porzingis here, we're going to be set.
With Kyrie Irving. That's obviously is the catch, is that you want 3. You want him to be the 3rd. But the idea of, I think if you look at Derek Lively, if he progresses the way McMahon suggested yesterday, McMahon said he thinks it's attainable in the near future that Derek Lively could be Tyson Chandler as a rim roll guy, Brooke Lopez as a jump shot, and Joakim Noah defensively. And if you can get that kind of a player as your 3rd or 4th in there with Jeremy Grant, they become a lot more intriguing as a title contender.
Any other names that jump out on this list of the Derek White type additions from the Ringer?
There's a couple of different names here that I think are really good. It's none that he pairs with the Mavericks. Colin Sexton is one who... Sexton is a really good player, and he's been pretty consistent. I think you've been a big fan of Sexton whenever he's come up.
Isn't that the dude that LeBron wanted the Cavs to draft? He's like, he loved him.
So Sexton went to the Cavs. He's then obviously been over the Jazz, but he's been a consistent scorer. He's been a good player consistently. He's never really gotten any opportunity.
I'm a huge fan of Markkanen. Like Broadus is.
Yeah.
Luke Kennard is another one. He's an unrestricted free agent coming away from the Grizzlies. That's another of the reinventable talents. Another Blazers player, if you wouldn't go Jeremy Grant. Anthony Simons, the Blazers guard, that could be another one that they could throw in there. But
Penny.
those are kind of the ones. The proven veterans, Mikal Bridges from the Nets is one, and then Bruce Brown, who obviously went over to the Raptors after the big year where he kind of exploded with the Nuggets.
And of course, the breaking news yesterday: J.J. Redick, officially the new head coach of the L.A. Lakers. He got 4 for 32 after Dan Hurley turned down 6 for 70 to make 50 over 6 at UConn. So that was $11 million a year for Hurley that the Lakers offered. JJ reportedly accepted $8 a year, and now he's the next head coach.
New coach, and this is I don't know how much longer he's going to be doing his podcast. It'll be very odd to see after a game if him and LeBron are still doing podcasts. I wouldn't imagine they are.
No way.
I can't imagine. It's so strange. So strange. This is like he has to.
And I think Udonis Haslem was trying to say weeks ago this would cause some resentment and not be accepted in the Laker locker room.
Yeah, where he had said that it's going to be tense because people are going to look at it as like, oh, LeBron, like he's getting catered to. That's his buddy. And I mean, Haslem's. I like Haslem.
What I also find interesting is we don't know. I haven't heard who LeBron preferred.
Right.
Yeah.
How have we not known that?
Yeah, that's true. Now, I will say this in terms of Haslem. He is in a very unique situation because he played his entire career in a extremely structured organization.
Yeah.
Like there was
the culture.
There was no doubt who the boss was.
But I mean, he's also played 4 years with LeBron and knows that dynamic.
Right, but like there was no doubt this guy's the boss. That's Pat Riley. And Pat did something that very few GMs have the balls to do, and that is stand up for their head coach over their star player.
There have been...
Well, he called out Jimmy Butler after the season. He basically told Jimmy, shut up.
Yeah.
But Jimmy kept talking like, we would have been there. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. And Pat's like, you can't even play.
He didn't play, shut up.
You can't play, shut up.
So I don't... Like, I appreciate what Haslem's saying, but like, I don't... Maybe it does work in other locker rooms because LeBron's been in a million locker rooms before.
16 coaches hired without any previous coaching experience since the player coach was phased out in the 1970s, the end of the 70s. Out of those 16, 2 have made the finals. It was Steve Kerr, and then it was Larry Bird. And Kerr's the only one, and both of them did have executive experience before they went to the bench.
If you want to make him jealous, just sleep with the backup. A story connected to Highland Park. And are you going to more or less games than ever before as a Tolo diehard? That's next on Sean and RJ. But what's next for you in terms of that car? We're having so many car conversations here in the commercial breaks, and a huge part of it is gimmethevin.com. Selling your car online has never been easier or a better option. Prepare yourself to be impressed because it's never been so easy and hassle-free. You make the deal, you got free pickup or drop-off, you get paid, and you're done. Just like that. You can go and see what all the customers say at gimmethevin.com, where they make selling your car easy. Just go ahead and check out.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Friday. It's past 6:50.
Shut up.
Hey, what are you doing? Past 6:55 on Thursday. This is what we get.
We have a Monday guest that you booked?
Yeah, Willie Harvey, the new Dallas Cowboys linebacker that we had talked about earlier this week, who Brian thinks has a legit shot to make the 53-man roster. But Willie Harvey will be joining us Monday in studio, 7:20.
Very nice.
He'll be heading to his 8 a.m. workout right after this.
Oh, really?
Yep. That's why we had to do 7:20.
We have another plane situation that's happening right now in the commercial break.
Yeah, it's great. It's wonderful what's going on out there. So look up because it might be buzzing your face.
Because that's where it all is.
Southwest Airlines, their flight, it was landing in Oklahoma City at Will Rogers Airport. Plunged to less than 500 feet over a neighborhood 9 miles from the airport, not next to the airport.
And this is where?
Oklahoma City. 9 miles. The air traffic control said low altitude alert, and he goes, guys, you good out there? You can hear him say, are you good out there? Like, I'm dead. I'm dead. Listen, are you good out there? You kidding me? It reduced altitude at a rate of 4,000 feet per minute. That is high. That is high. People were woken up this morning saying, I thought I was having dreams about airplanes, but actually it was a plane buzzing my house. You should not be 500 feet off the ground at 9 miles away. They're investigating. They don't know what happened. The pilots were able to tug the plane up. Did they fall asleep?
I mean,
did they fall asleep?
According to everything I've ever seen on air disasters, this whole thing could have gone down just because it's like, oh, I forgot to flip this one switch of all 8,000 of them. It's literally like one switch can take down that whole plane. I will say this. You might be in trouble now. You even talking about this story, you're technically a whistleblower now against Boeing. And Boeing's CEO admitted this week when he was asked about retaliation against whistleblowers, he goes, his literal quote was, I know it happens. Like, yeah, it's happened.
The people who have died?
No, with the people, I don't know.
They've had over 20 whistleblowers with it from Boeing.
But just in general, like retaliation against them either in the workplace or another thing. So he's saying, yeah, we retaliate against them, but I mean, who hasn't?
Yeah. And the reality is, like, this may be a Southwest problem, not a Boeing problem. We have no idea. They don't know anything about what this is. It's on a Boeing plane that makes it.
And some Tolos don't love when these topics are brought up.
No, we usually one or two people will come in and go like, I'm flying a bunch recently. Quit being D. Stop making me scared.
All right, well then give some people some travel hacks and with air tags and stuff that you've been saving up.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Let me get
to
some
help
of
out
these.
with. What was the rest of your thought there, Bob?
I don't remember what I was going to say. 972 says they're saying the plane just lost power, though, is what happened. So it just had no power left.
Oh, great.
It's great.
Had no power left. That's awesome.
If it ain't Airbus,
they're
it
saying
ain't
it's
for
on
us.
the news now. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing on Twitter. It doesn't have anything about it. So a flyer.
But this still hasn't made any of us stop or reconsider a travel plan on a plane.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I try to book Airbus right now.
Which I will. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to feel more comfortable on an Airbus. If I'm on a Boeing, look, I think every time I've gotten on a plane,
is this the way we can finally fly into
Santa Barbara?
Santa Barbara?
Nope, they use Boeing. I looked into that.
Well, I mean, then we very well may land in Santa Barbara because there will be an issue and we have to divert to Santa Barbara because we're not going to be able to make it.
By
to
the time the
LAX.
pilot wakes up, we'll be in,
By the time it wakes up,
past LAX.
But look, when a plane loses power, that ain't a good thing. It's not a good thing. Because I was talking to somebody in the industry, they're saying it's probably not Boeing. It's probably the Spirit Aerosystems that's the problem. But who knows? What that's industry talk.
Sounds like someone's
speaking of Spirit Airlines flyer was able to track down her stolen luggage by using her AirTags. Now, I recently purchased AirTags for I found them on Amazon. Great deal.
Oh,
got 4 for $100. 4 little AirTags, and you use them. We used them on a trip to Mexico. We always knew exactly where they were. And I bought this because I lost my luggage going to.
So you just
Gaylord.
stick these on and track it on your phone?
Yeah. So I put them in the suitcase. So I hide them in case the luggage gets stolen.
Yeah.
I'll hide them somewhere in there.
That's how Keller found their stolen gear. One of the girls had an AirTag in her bag.
Yeah.
That's how they tracked back where it was.
Wow.
It's great. Got to get them, right? So
how much are they?
25?
$25 a piece.
Well, normally you said you got a great deal.
That was on Amazon, so I think it's about what they are.
$25-$30 a piece.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I got them for less than 4 for $100. I don't know. But
so you can track your kids and everything. You can just stick this in their car.
We can all be Peyton Russells out here, just knowing everybody's location.
I guess they have
his is at a cabaret.
They have a limited life span on the battery. You got to change the battery out every now and then, but you can do that. So this lady tracked her luggage to an airport employee's house. An airport employee's house. They stole the luggage. He brought it back home, and she tracked it to the house.
Man,
you got to have AirTags, man. I've seen stories that when I lost my luggage, people said that they had theirs taken and they found it. Their AirTags found it in the office of an employee at the airline. In their office. That's the luggage.
No,
yeah,
that they're just taking.
They're just taking it, like golf
Not that
clubs,
it's getting
skis.
lost.
Not that getting lost. They're just taking it. It's wild, man. Like, and so this lady used the AirTags to be able to find all the luggage. And another one they're saying is, if a lot of people will use. Have you ever seen people like in their luggage they have like ribbon on there or something?
Who won't wear the ribbon?
Who doesn't want the ribbon?
I don't get the reference.
That's good that you're not faking that you did know it.
I didn't.
So like you'll see like some kind of ribbon or a bandana on it, and the airlines are actually asking you to stop doing this because it's getting caught on their systems underneath, and it's like ruining your luggage because now it's getting caught, it's getting dragged in there. So it makes it harder and delays. They actually delays the baggage from getting to the point.
You fix your planes from going into the ground, and then we can talk about my ribbon.
We can talk about my
We're talking about my ribbon on the luggage, dude.
So is that the travel hack?
That's the travel hack, yeah.
All right, 877-881-1053.
I have an actual hack that I just discovered, and it's an ethical life hack, I think. So this happened recently. Did you know that if you go to Chick-fil-A at like 10:30 when they flip over from the breakfast menu and you order lunch, they'll then throw you their leftover breakfast in the bag for free? Like, Kristen and I have had this happen like 4 times recently where you get there at 10:30 and then they go, hey, we have all this breakfast stuff that now that breakfast is over, we're not selling it anymore, so we need to get rid of it. So they'll put it in the bag.
What?
Yep. Go try it today. 10:30 day. Go order lunch at Chick-fil-A and see if they throw you some like hash browns or
Hey, this is made
biscuit.
for you,
If they
bro.
don't, I want the Venmo, Bobby.
I mean, you'll get it in 3 weeks, per usual.
All right, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Kelly Stafford is trending.
Again?
Yeah, again, because she was on the Off the Vine pod talking about trying to make husband Matthew Stafford jealous in college by getting with the backup QB.
Wait, so was he trying to casually date and you were all in?
yeah, girl.
Anyways, long story short, it wasn't that cute of a relationship at first. I hated him. I loved him. I dated the backup to piss him off, which worked.
Yes.
He was like,
that'll do it.
He was the bad boy too. Like, Matthew's so sweet and Southern gentleman and all that stuff. And the backup was the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Ooh, and it upset him. So they lived in the same dorm because athletes lived in the same dorm, and he would see my car there. And so at one point, he like waited and followed me out and got in my car and wouldn't get out.
Stop.
And he was like,
this is so hot.
I was like, this is amazing. It's working.
Yeah.
I was get out of my car and he was like, he's not right for you. And I was like, what? You can't tell me that.
And it worked. Now, who was the backup?
That's what I was just looking at. I was seeing who were the backups that years. I see Joe Cox was there for 3 years. It's his name. Can't do anything about that. But Joe Cox was there 1 year. And looks like another guy, AJ Bryant, was there. But I mean, the guy who was consistently the backup all 3 years Stafford was there was a guy named Joe Cox. So that could be the one. But
now, would you respect the wife more or less for this move of trying to make you jealous? Just to do this to make you jealous? Like, man, you really want you really wanted it.
How
and got it.
I guess my
got it.
I guess I would say, how old am I? If I was in college, at 44 years old, if like Sarah did something purposely just to make me jealous, like, all right, I'm too old for games.
Yeah, right.
You know, and you're too old for games.
Yes.
Like if you're both in college, then I think games are like.
I just can't believe the internet has not tracked down. I'm not seeing the name of the backup for sure.
I have a lot of thoughts on this, most of which I'll keep to myself.
Freak out. You would melt down.
I don't think I would melt down if I had broken up with her, though. Like if I wasn't interested.
I don't know if
in
they broke up. It was just like I only want to call you when I'm available. Friday, Saturday, come around at 1 or 2 a.m. She said that Matthew was going after like it was casual.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if it made him commit, there's that. But I don't know. Like I see an issue with the entire idea of I'm telling him to get out of my car and instructing him to get out of my car, but I don't actually want him to get out of my car. And I'm actually loving this. I'm telling him to stop doing things that I actually want him to keep doing. Like,
you have a problem with like normal games?
No, yeah, in general, yes, absolutely. But you know, it's I'm trying to think if Kristen ever,
if she slept with him, I have a problem. Well, although I don't know how much of a problem I can have because I wasn't locking it up.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not committed to each other, then that's something completely different. I don't think Kristen never did anything. There was one time where Kristen said something that I thought she was trying to get to me, and she insists she wasn't. She was like, I had no idea.
What was it?
Okay, so
I'll have
she
this
was,
dance?
No.
The Billy Bob's incident?
No, it was honestly, it was when
she got mad at me
we
about?
couldn't get on the same page.
We're going to try to blow through all that.
We couldn't get on the same page, and I had been saying, hey, we should go see this movie, and she was like, oh, okay. And 2 weeks later, like, we met up for like dinner, and she was like, oh, by the way, like, I saw that movie the other day with somebody. It was not good, blah, blah. And I was just like, oh. And she insisted. She was like, I didn't remember us making plans. She's still the stage. She goes, you're misrepresenting that. We talked about it as like I was not trying to screw with you. We talked about the movie. I didn't remember us making like any generic plans that we should go see
But did it work?
I was mad.
Yeah.
I was pretty mad for a couple days.
And you wanted it more.
Yeah.
Wanted her more. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it worked. And Tolos have a ton of similar stories at 877-881-1053. The jealousy move.
940 says this is a deal breaker at any age if you're trying to make somebody jealous. Ooh. I think early on it's to be expected. If like Choppy said, at this stage, like I'm sure you wouldn't want that. Maybe a little of it. Like I mean that might be kind of it might make things a little intriguing at times.
There's a spiciness to like things
about
like,
cattiness or whatever else.
If you're trying to play games, I don't know.
Let's see if he remembers that it's his time to lead Crosstalk. We chatted up with the fellas from the KMC Masterpiece Friday Crosstalks. Always more off the rails. Don't miss this one next. But I got the text message 214.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, I guess it's the crosstalk with Mike Bassick, and we start off
Why do you say it like that?
Well, we start off by the promotional. Hey, Sean, why do you hate Kyrie?
Oh, man.
Why are you caterpillaring him?
Just calling it like I see it, man.
Is he a hungry caterpillar?
I don't know.
What about a very hungry caterpillar?
All right, I have real questions. I'm going to ask real questions on Kyrie because I do think these are legitimate questions to ask, and it can go around the room. Sean first. Is Kyrie still in his prime?
Ooh. How old is he, 32?
Yeah.
Yeah, the very end of the prime. Like next year, he can have still prime numbers. He's not going to be
All right.
3.
Cleveland Kyrie.
All right. K-Dog, you were shaking your head there.
Yes, I think I agree with that. I think one more year in his prime.
Okay. Anybody else have a different opinion on Kyrie? Is he still in his prime?
He's still in his prime. He's about, if you combine playoff minutes and regular season minutes, he's played about as many minutes as Kawhi, and less of his time missed is due to injury. So I mean, I think there's probably still some tread on the tire.
I think we're on our way. I think we're on our way to seeing the decline, Mike.
He may decline faster than others because he's undersized too, right?
That is fair.
From a strength standpoint, you can get pushed around.
I know that I would have rather had Jalen Brunson for the finals.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think about like moving forward. Jalen would not.
I think Kyrie's a great piece on this team.
Yeah.
I think you need to raise the level of your second or third piece though to be better.
I think you also need to ask, like, if you don't face the Celtics, are we having like all these Kyrie conversations?
I don't think we are.
Right.
And I could be wrong about that. Well, I won't be able to prove that, but I don't think we are.
What do you think?
I can't.
I think he's still in his prime, but at his size, and he doesn't shoot like Curry. I was surprised that they actually are the same size. You pointed that out, Kevin.
Yeah.
Because I thought, I think Curry's a couple inches taller, but they're not. They're both 6'2".
small. Yeah.
Kyrie is a good shooter, not a great shooter.
Yeah.
He works off the dribble best. He is not a catch and shoot guy. He can catch and shoot, but he's more of a creator on his own. He is in the category of, I put him in Isaiah Thomas, Allen Iverson. Like, he's kind of, if we look at certain players and how they've grown the game from where it was, Isaiah was the first like great 6'2" create on your own point guard type of guy. And then I would say Allen Iverson took it to another level. And now you could include other guys, but I'm just going to take Kyrie. I'm going to jump to Kyrie. Kyrie's taken Allen Iverson's game to another level. But if you look at those guys when they're working so much off of the dribble and off of their quickness, it's very tough to stay at a high level into your mid-30s.
I'm not worried about Kyrie's like ability for next year. I'm worried like in these playoff moments about his aggression. That's my biggest worry. We haven't even had like a games played discussion for next year on where you would set that over under. But I'm worried like in those just moments, because as you referenced the other day, it happened before Boston. I'm just worried about him being like selfish enough.
Yeah, I hear you. I think my opinion after this great playoff run is he needs a mismatch at this point in his career. So maybe he's not in his prime, but I think he still is, because this is, I'm contradicting myself here, is most teams have a weakness on defense. It's very rare you're going to run into Boston where they don't have a weakness. There was nobody to pick on.
They got Drew Holiday, and it made
And
them
so I think that Kyrie needs a weakness, whether it's a drop center and drop coverage, whether it's a Mike Conley who's close to 40 years old and is not close to the player he was 5-6 years ago. So he kind of needs somebody, Josh Giddey. He needs some type of matchup where you're like, dude, he can destroy this guy. Where I'm going to go back to Cleveland, probably, where we remember him making the shot over Curry and winning the championship. Is I don't think he needed such a favorable matchup to destroy the other team.
So with like current and modern like advances in like training and nutrition, if the decline in you mentioned Isaiah Thomas, if the decline in 1990 was 30 or 31 years old.
Right. And he blew his Achilles, so that ended his career.
Isaiah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like even his last 2 years, right? His shooting percentage went from like 45% to 41%, like that in each of the last 2 years. But then the injury. But like if the decline was at 30 then, what does that equate to now? 34? 33?
I think so. Right now Curry's 36. And he's still at a very high level, a top 10 player in the NBA, maybe even top 5. He's right on that borderline of top 5. But I feel like guys that can shoot like Curry, and I'm just going to bring up my first ever favorite player, and he wasn't ever close to Steph Curry's ability, was Dell Ellis. those guys can last in the league forever because they can just catch and shoot forever. And so those guys last a longer time. So as they lose their quickness and their speed off the dribble, they're like, that's okay. As long as I'm coming off of a screen or you draw the double, I'm going to shoot the ball within half of a second. They can't close on me, and I'm going to make it 40 to 50% of the time. And that's not part of Kyrie's game. So I would say he has 2 more years of prime, and then you're hoping either Derek Lively or a trade, or this is probably wishful thinking here, but I'm just throwing out a super optimistic view, is at 23 or 24, Jaden Hardy starts turning into, this is too high. Once again, I'm not saying he will. A Tyrese Maxey type of player, and I don't think that's going to happen, but that would be the hope at that point as Kyrie exits his prime.
Did you hear what Luka said about Kyrie and kind of everyone else and blasting them the other day? Did y'all play that audio?
I missed it.
Here it is.
I was the best player in this series, and it wasn't even close, But the refs, man, they were horrible. How do I foul out when I don't even play defense? And Kyrie must have forgotten Ramadan is over because he was starving for a bucket every game.
You messed up the daggone
really
show.
Can win.
Come on.
No, you could tell. Like he doesn't.
But honestly,
I mean, that's over. There's a Ramadan joke in there that was so good.
There's a great Ramadan joke. Y'all missed it.
Gosh, what?
Yes.
Yeah. He said Kyrie still thought it was Ramadan because he was starving for a shot.
and Kyrie must have forgotten Ramadan is over because he was starving for a bucket every game.
Lord, dude. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, man, these deep fakes.
This is going to be.
They are going to get people in trouble, man.
This is going to be scary for the first 2 to 5 hours that somebody creates these. That we have to work off of breaking news here, and we are trying to put together. We've put together segments, but we're in the segment, and so if we see this come out, it's tough for us to know what's the truth and what's not the truth.
Tolo D just sent me like supposed Instagram response from Tim Hardaway Sr.
I just saw that too. Yeah,
and I don't know. Like I don't want to. I don't want to read it because I can't find it myself to look at. We're happy to get out of Dallas as well. I'm wondering what that.
The other issue with that is so many people go off of that one source, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you'll see it appear on, well, no, I saw it on Bleacher Report. I saw it on Sporting News. And I was like, but if you go to every single one of those stories, they're all sourced off the exact same thing. So people think they have multiple sources, but not really.
Well, Corey, what's coming up on the KNC Masterpiece? Is it, like I think it is, 4 hours of World Series talk, A&M versus Tennessee?
Oh, yeah.
And we break down each position.
I'm going to be at Max Scherzer's. I'm going to be at Max Scherzer's debut for the season on Saturday. So looking forward to that. Nice. We do have baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick at 10:45, and as we add more football content, is it time for the return of NFL overreaction or reality? We do it at 10:20.
All right, so RJ, I'm going to ask you, were you able to catch pregame or a little bit of the game at Rickwood Field?
Yeah.
What stood out to you, whether it was pregame or whether it was the presentation in game?
I mean, the pregame, they had great interviews. They were fantastic interviews they had with Bonds, Griffey.
Do you think everyone
Reggie.
will just remember the Reggie Jackson interview?
They'll remember the Reggie or the Bonds, Satchel Paige.
Can you believe that some people are upset about that?
About Barry Bonds?
Yeah. That he said he would take Satchel Paige deep.
And he said, I have to, if I don't believe in myself, who will? I get where he's coming from. I felt like it was interesting. My perspective, and I don't know this at all, is it didn't seem like Bonds and Griffey are super tight. I have no clue. I don't know those guys.
It wouldn't surprise me. Barry's supposed to be a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah. The field looked really cool.
Yeah,
like that looked
I
like
think they put $5 million into just the field surface.
I love the black and white broadcast, like.
The scoreboard, the score bug.
No, like I was watching.
Yeah,
how they switched the broadcast and made the old school graphics and everything, and they were broadcasting the game in like black and white.
Yeah,
that was I love that.
And then like just the field stuff itself, like the fact that the field was so massive.
That
it was 500 feet, and people were hitting the ball that far. And then, like, they said that the crown of the field back when they played, if you were sitting in the dugout, you couldn't see the left fielder, which is just wild to me. It's like playing at Sunset High School. The old one.
It's old, yeah, because they've replaced it with a AstroTurf softball field.
And Choppy's not happy about this Fort Worth field getting shut down.
The grave. They're going to demolish it.
Oh, I played there for the Cats. I tried to come back one year.
Yeah.
It's sad because it's in a great area. Dude. Like I don't know how that area hasn't thrived. It's a half a mile outside of downtown Fort Worth. It's in between downtown Fort Worth and the Stockyards and like Joe T. Garcia's, and you just think to yourself, there's a mile here that you think would be prime